That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
This is Mike Vrabel getting into regular season mode. He didn't coach last year, and I know this. He's a head coach now, and he could be working for Amy Adams Strunk right now, getting paid to do nothing. And instead, he has offset language in his contract that he had with the Titans, and he gave that up in order to go and be the head ball coach, as he would say, in New England, where Bob Kraft certainly knows what he's bringing to the table. But he's too alpha for some, maybe. I get where he wore thin on some here in Nashville. I think it was a huge mistake to fire him when they did. And he doesn't go the way of the weak. He's a winner. And I guess what he's saying is winners aren't going to ask the same question twice.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump said during a tour of the Federal Reserve Building's renovation project that he did not have tension with Fed Chair Jerome Powell and found that the issue of lower interest rates was a more pressing concern. Trump also indicated that the cost overruns of the renovation project were not reason enough to fire Powell. The FCC has approved the merger deal between Paramount Global and Skydance after a year-long ordeal. The deal includes an investment of more than $8 billion from Skydance head David Ellison and Redbird Capital Partners. Skydance had to also agree in writing to some provisions to get the approval, including, among other things, committing to ending DEI practices, as well as to ensure that programming would have a diversity of political and ideological viewpoints. American Airlines shares falling over 9.5% after the carrier said the third quarter was going to be tough due to a slumping consumer demand, as well as deep fare discounts. American had originally withdrawn its guidance back in April over uncertainty regarding tariffs. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code Beck at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Get ready to flex like the Fanatic on Tuesday, August 5th, when kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic Big Chain presented by Terminix as the Phils take on the Orioles at 6:45. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Head on down to Citizens Bank Park on Friday, August 22nd at 6:45 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over receive a City Connect Miller Lite floppy hat. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
live on this Friday, July 25th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free iHeart and Odyssey apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Friday. That means Sean Farish will join us coming up for the cut sheet at 7:45. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Friday! We made it. Hi, Greg.
I got to tell you guys, Stephen Colbert really learned his lesson. He was like, hey, you know what? Maybe it was something I did. Maybe in the next 10 months, I have this 10-month thing. Maybe I'll really show that I can really, do a really good show. He did that last night. His guest was Josh Shapiro. Josh from Abington was Stephen Colbert's guest last night, and it was riveting television.
Did we get lectured on policy and positions of ideology?
He talked about losing an 11th grade election, how there's some sort of overlap between Trump voters and himself, all kinds of stuff. It was fascinating stuff. So Stephen Colbert, in case you're wondering, really learned his lesson about what works on late night TV.
Is Shapiro denying the results of his junior year of high school in that election?
Recount.
There was nobody watching that ballot box in the biology class.
Yep.
I call shenanigans.
Yep.
Okay. We have a lot to get to today. A big take on more depositions and a break from Biden when it comes to the fifth on his mental acuity. We'll get into that. And I guess I could have done a big take on it. Jesse Waters basically did. Every show in America is dedicating segment upon segment upon segment to the awful news yesterday of the death of Hulk Hogan, 71 years old.
Yeah.
I have never seen...
My childhood officially over.
I feel old.
Theo Huxtable, Ozzy, and Hulk Hogan. That basically sums up my childhood.
It always happens in threes.
I know, it's weird.
It really does. Jimmy Kelly said this to me yesterday in the kitchen. He goes, all right, so we've lost Huxtable and Ozzy. Who's next?
Yep.
I said, it could be me. But it was not me. It was Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
Wow.
By the way, if you really listen to... I was watching the interview, the podcast he did with Joe Rogan, Hulk Hogan did with Joe Rogan, maybe a year or so ago.
Uh-huh.
Talk about all of his health issues and everything like that. I'm actually surprised he made it to 71, to be honest with you.
I am, but I'm also surprised that Ric Flair has outlived Hulk Hogan.
That's true. 25 back surgeries he had in 10 years.
Yeah.
25.
Yep. Unbelievable.
And he was on fentanyl, and not like as a recreational thing. Like, they prescribed fentanyl to him. You know what I mean? So, I'm really shocked he made it to 71.
Unbelievable. We'll kind of put it in the context of how I see it with America and Americana and American culture. We'll do that coming up in about 35 minutes. Also, speaking of Rogan, Time Magazine has put out the 100 best podcasts of all time. Joe Rogan didn't make it.
What?
Well,
that's ridiculous.
In fact, nobody right of center in the news and politics category made it.
Oh, that's amazing.
I'm going to go through some of the notable ones that stand out to me that I've at least heard of.
This is the best story you've told me all week.
This is unbelievable.
All month.
I can't believe this is true. They'll put Trump on the cover of Time Magazine. Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson, Patrick Bet-David, anybody with a popular podcast.
Anybody with a podcast that people actually listen to.
Correct. But don't worry, there's plenty of representation from the New York Times. Charade.
Here's the thing. Can I just tell you a dirty little secret about podcasts? You subscribe to them and they automatically download. It doesn't necessarily mean you're listening. I want to see listening rates. I want to see click-through rates. I want to see that. I want to see that because I'm tired of these numbers. A billion downloads for this person and that person. Yeah, right. just because they're down. I have things downloaded from 6 years ago that I have never listened to.
Like what?
Like my demo.
But you know what I mean? So, like, I want to hear from people who actually I feel like there's a lot of the NPR and New York Times that people are like, yes, I subscribe. If you look at my my subscription list in the New York Times, NPR, nobody listens to them. Mm-hmm. Nobody listens to them.
If you wouldn't read it, why would you listen to it?
And to show that I'm not, playing favoritism, ain't nobody listening to a 3.5-hour Joe Rogan podcast either.
No.
So, you know what I mean?
No.
There are people listening to it in small bites.
Yep, I agree. We got a good variety of stuff to get into today, but let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live this Friday morning, July the 25th, and we are sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union. We'll talk about the hottest day of the week with a high of 97 degrees, but how hot it's going to feel. We have in Philadelphia, a mother and her 2 children are among 4 people who this morning are critically injured and suffering in the hospital after a shooting that happened during an outdoor graduation party. Happened in Philadelphia last night. Shots ringing out about 9:30ish last night, 2300 block of North Lambert Street. Philadelphia police do say that surveillance video captured the suspect. So they have a lot of surveillance images. That's the good news here and often helps police, as we know. So that surveillance, those surveillance images captured the suspect walking east on Lambert Street before pulling out a gun and firing at least 10 shots down the block. So a lot of these victims, because it was a warm night, were out, and then you had the graduation party. And so the victims, obviously, if they're caught in the crossfire, they were not, most of them, police are saying, not the intended targets. We're talking about an 11-year-old little boy, a 13-year-old girl, then a woman and a man, 36 and 45. But it looks like most of the people here are not the intended. So they say the woman is the mother of the injured children, and the 45-year-old man, no relation to any of the other 3 victims. So they were rushed to the hospital. Like I say, critical condition this morning. Investigators don't know the motive, but like I say, they're looking to release even more videos. The shooter, described as wearing all dark clothing, fled the scene on foot.
That's the only description.
That's the description.
Foot. Okay, I was going to say Nissan, Hyundai.
Yeah.
Hang on.
So the mom and the kids were struck by stray gunfire. Perhaps
his clothing is all the description they have.
Yep, that's all we're getting.
All dark clothing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have a really good spray ratio here in the city of Philadelphia. Intended target is one thing, and then 9 other people end up in the crossfire.
Sloppy shooters.
We have sloppy shooters.
We also have sloppy descriptions
from
these.
Right. And of course, we'll always have
sloppy Chris Christie.
Exactly.
We've been following this trial in Montgomery County, and the 2 men charged in that deadly home invasion in Montgomery County, they were convicted of murder yesterday. So the jury deliberated several hours, finding Charles Fulforth and Kelvin Roberts guilty of first-degree murder, robbery, burglary, and related crimes. The only thing they were not found guilty of was conspiracy to commit murder, but they were found guilty of everything else. And they broke into the home. We've been telling you about this. The GPS took them to the wrong home that they were intending to rob, and it was on Meredith Road, Lower Merion, December 8th of 2024. In this one, the mom, who's Bernadette Gaudio, she was sleeping in her bed. Her youngest son, her 25-year-old son, was at the house sleeping in his room. And so 25-year-old Andrew, the son, the youngest son, is being remembered as the hero, literally acting as a human shield because he had already been shot, ran to shield mom, and was being fired upon to try to protect his mom. As far as Bernadette, she did survive, but they shot her in the neck. So she's paralyzed for the rest of her life from the neck down.
Oh my God.
And she was already disabled, correct?
So she had some sort of it sounds like she had a slight disability. She was sleeping at the time. They shot into a bed at a sleeping lady.
Oh my God.
And the son, Andrew,
these animals
was just everybody. That was the real headline out of court yesterday, was what a hero this 25-year-old.
Yeah, of
for,
course.
For mom.
Yeah.
Here's what we should do, Stalker.
Death penalty?
I'll pull my Ridgeline into a garage.
Yep.
You pull the door down, and we'll bring these two convicted losers in. I want you to duct tape their mouths to the back of my exhaust pipe, and I'll rev up the Ridgeline for about 8 minutes straight.
Jeez.
How's that sound? Is that too graphic for a Friday?
Yeah.
No. I mean, this poor lady, the family was just in court hugging and crying. Her other son, her older son, who they had just been out celebrating his birthday that evening. And you think about a night like that with these two guys who break into the wrong house. The Montgomery County...
Two brain surgeons.
I know. Montgomery County prosecutor and obviously District Attorney Kevin Steele talking about these two suspects, that they worked at a company called Junk Luggers, which is a junk removal business in Willow Grove.
Yep.
And so he says that those employees did an estimate at a house in Bucks County with a very similar address to the victim's home, which is obviously Montgomery County. When they did the estimate, they found, quote, a treasure trove or a whole lot of guns in the Bucks County house. They were all talking about it. So there are other suspects being charged here who were talking about this, planning this, telling others about it. And so there's more to the story here. But they say that a first-degree murder conviction does come with the automatic life sentence, and even more time is possible because of the aggravated and heinous nature of this. We don't have the sentencing death, but DA Steele saying he expects they'll spend the rest of their lives behind bars.
It's not just that. We have the death penalty in this state. We have the death penalty in the state. Effing use it.
I know.
Yeah. When's the last time we used it?
1976.
Wow.
And usually it's somebody who
asks for
it.
Yes.
Yeah. Boy, the junk lugging industry. What a talent pool that must be to pick from.
Well,
let me see your LinkedIn page.
I got to tell you guys too that I'm not trying to. It's not them. There's another company out there too, but they don't tell you. So like you have, I don't know, say you have 8 or 10 items that you want them to take away for you. They go to your house, look at it, and then give you a price. It's like it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like there's no like range or anything.
No,
They're like
very suspect.
The $800
Yep.
to take this away for you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah. We used it in the end of June.
Yeah.
When we moved out.
And now where are you?
My mother-in-law's.
By the way, my junk luggers are my trash collectors.
Yeah.
Tip them a 50. Tip them a 50 at the end of the year.
Yeah.
They'll take anything away for you.
My junk luggers used to be my friends, and then they just stopped responding to me. Hey, you got anything going on in Tucson? Got a birthday party.
Yeah, you're going to be moving back. You're going to be doing the move again.
I know.
God. How many times have you moved in 3 years?
In 7 years, too many times.
Oh, my goodness. We'll take you to, we have a decision from that Ontario judge. This is London, Ontario, Canada. We talked about this yesterday with the hockey players, including former Flyer Carter Hart. They were accused of in a sexual assault case. The judge has ruled that these 5 former members of Canada's World Junior Hockey team, that their sexual assault case will be acquitted, so this does not go any further. The Superior Court Justice Maria Carocha, she said the prosecutors did not meet the onus of proof for those allegations, sex assault, sex abuse allegations against, among others, Carter Hart, Michael McLeod, Alex Formanton, Dylan Dubé, and Colin Foote. The judge says the complainant, the woman who was making these claims, had, quote, a tendency to blame others for inconsistencies in her story, including police officers.
What the hell you say?
And her lawyers in the civil suit, because she was also trying to sue them to get money.
Yes. I actually received a tweet last night in response to our show preview with the tease. It was McMeat Nuts says, the allegation cost Carter millions. Curious on your thoughts. You know, we've got to move past this, and I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but I think it's true. This notion where these sports leagues automatically suspend a player or a team releases a player before the court process plays out, this whole thing of every man is guilty just because a female makes a claim has got to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it with the Bills punter, Trevor Bauer, the baseball pitcher, now Carter Hart. You don't get that time back. You don't get that money back. And I don't know. I just feel like we should wait for the criminal justice system to play out before these leagues take action against players, right? Whatever happened to not innocent until proven guilty.
Nick, I agree with you.
Okay.
And just to add on to what you're saying, so this incident allegedly happened June 19th of 2018. So you think of most of the players, I think Carter Hart was in his late teens at that point. And so, they were on a junior team at that point.
Mm-hmm.
So in this one, none of them, all were put on, and I think this includes Carter Hart, if I recall, that all went on indefinite leave. And so as of this minute, none have any kind of active contract. They're not on any roster or anything. And so to your point, not only did they, get put on leave until then their contract, I guess, ran out, but now that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's probably going to still be teams hesitant to sign him if they think he's worth anything, because there's still going to be blowback from people out there that, think differently of what the judge ultimately ruled on.
And you'll notice that we've been naming the players that are accused, but it's the policy to not name the accuser.
Mm-hmm.
And so at this point, I think, now I will say in London, England, they have a policy with these kind of things, especially when it goes back many years. They have a policy. They often won't release anybody's name. I think that's a better policy.
Sure.
At least have some kind of initial situation.
Yep.
Rather than just randomly accuse anybody of anything.
Agreed.
So we have contrast that with the fact that they can't release all the records in either Florida or New York with those grand juries with victims in this country accusing billionaires or known people.
Mm-hmm.
They refuse to release those documents.
Right.
They should have a consistent policy. I think you're onto something there for sure. I want to update you. Speaking of another story we talked a lot about, unless you want me to just tease it. Remember Rocco, who we talked about yesterday with the Little League team?
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Okay, we have an update.
Uh-oh, hang on.
We need a breaking news sounder. Of all the drops, the drops I have on my board, I don't have a breaking news sounder.
The Marco Rocco, he is the 12-year-old we talked about.
Yeah, just set
baseball,
the stage for people.
12-year-old. So this is a New Jersey team, and he faced that suspension. They had suspended him, and this would have been his first state tournament game ever in his life after he had been ejected for flipping his bat.
Yes.
As he celebrated a home run.
Little League World Series. He was headed to the finals for the championship for the Little League World Series. Yep.
So the 12-year-old who's from Haddonfield, New Jersey, he tossed his bat, and this happened July 16th after the 6th-inning 2-run homer in the final of the sectional tournament, and he was ejected and suspended for a game over what his family was told were actions that were deemed unsportsmanlike and horseplay. So the family went to court. They actually filed for an injunction. They were fighting this. They had a lawyer up to fight this thing and said, wait a minute, you guys in the tournament and in the league, you celebrate these things. They go viral. You show all of these on your social media feed. You encourage this. Well, we had a ruling. Marco Rocco and his team, they actually were able to play and cheer on Marco from his Little League teammates, settled in for a night of baseball last night. And his, so he did get to play, and the team goes on.
Good. Beautiful. I hope he flips the bat even higher next time. Good for little Marco Rocco.
Little Marco.
Yeah. Good little Italian boy.
No, I mean, it was stressful, but I will. So they played against Elmora Little League, Haddonfield v. Elmora. That was the first game of a 4-team double elimination tournament, Deptford Township Little League Complex. Elmora won 10-0.
Wow.
Last night.
So Haddonfield is out.
So, well, no, I think it's a best of, right?
Oh, is it?
Isn't it a best of? Or is that the final?
I'm not sure.
It's the first game of a 4-team double elimination tournament.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't know what that means.
Double
elimination?
You got to lose twice to be knocked
right?
out.
Okay.
Yep.
So they've already
They've lost one.
So they still can play again.
Right.
But Elmora did kick their butts.
10-0. I mean,
yikes. So we got that going on. But at least he got to play.
That's right.
So we got that going on, which is nice. And in all seriousness about the heat, all of these heat warnings, National Weather Service issuing these because the heat indices will feel like across our region more than 100. So that's really the biggest story of the day, I'm going to be honest, because of the high heat, high humidity. It starts at 10 a.m. That's when the National Weather Service alerts and warnings go into effect. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Save more and spend with purpose. When you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account, you can earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth. Checking for all the details. Membership restrictions do apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union. The heat is on this Friday, Nick Kayal.
That is correct, Dawn. Already 76, going up to 96 today. Heat index triple digits. Going to cool off a little bit tomorrow. High 80s in the suburbs, 90 in the city, and then we'll have a little bit of a storm on Sunday. And that has remained consistent throughout the week. Philly weather brought to you by MT. Rule your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
How was the Iron Pigs game last night?
Bottom of the ninth, 2-run walk-off home run for the Phillies.
Wow.
Well, the Pigs.
The Iron Pigs. Wow.
Yeah. Guy named pinch hitter named Cal Stevenson.
Cal.
He's going to be selling used cars in a month. And he walked it off deep into the night in Allentown.
Nice. Was it a full stadium or
7,300 people?
Wow.
It was pretty nice.
Nice.
I got to tell you, what a great if you're looking for something cheap to do, $5 for parking. We were 11 rows up from home plate. They're $15 tickets.
Yep.
You get a beer for $5. Well, they're 24-ounce beers, so they're $10. It's like $5 a beer. Yeah. Like we got out of there for under $100 for 4 of us.
Yeah, Phil goes to the one up in Reading all the time.
Yeah, double A.
Yeah, double A.
Yep, no doubt. All right, coming up next, a Friday big take with Joe Biden and his aides as finally somebody speaks and does not plead the fifth. But first, a word from our friends at Bucks County Estate Traders, because they don't make furniture like they used to. If you're tired of cheap, mass-produced junk, let me tell you about Bucks County Estate Traders. Massive Hatfield showroom, over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, and it's the brands that you can trust: Stickley, Baker, Henredon. It's the kind of quality craftsmanship that has withstood the test of time, and you will save thousands compared to new retail prices. And it doesn't matter the style, classic, modern, rustic, or traditional. You'll find something that you love, a stunning piece that fits your home. Could be in the living room, the dining room, the home office, even the man cave. They have it all. Every piece with a QR code. You just scan that, and then boom, details displayed instantly on your smart device. And their expert staff, the best in the business. No pushy salespeople, because the owner, Matt Stanella, he does not employ those types of people. Straight shooters who know their stuff. And a pro tip, check out their website, call ahead. They will have the pieces ready when you arrive. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or stop by their showroom in Hatfield.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
6:29, Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey and iHeart apps. Watch the show on YouTube. Sean Farish coming up from Tennessee at 7:45 for another edition of Cut Sheet. Also, we've got Fight Club 9:10 and Fight of the Week shortly thereafter, where you get to vote on the Brawl of the Week. Looking forward to that. We'll get to Hulk Hogan and also the omission or omissions of many successful right-of-center podcasts, because time apparently does not acknowledge that genre, so to speak. But right now, let's get to Joe Biden and a Friday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take breaking from Biden and the book that could bear all. You know, lost in the hysteria of Barack Obama and the Russia hoax, as well as Trump and the Epstein files, is another headline-grabbing, drama-filled story that we lived that will likely lead to nothing. That is the Joe Biden cognitive cover-up and the coup. Thursday was a shocking change, though, to the pattern of former Biden aides, advisors, and staffers pleading the fifth, as Ron Klain decided to speak and answer the questions from House Republicans on Capitol Hill in his closed-door deposition. Prior to Klain's testimony, all 5 of Biden's administration members exercised their Fifth Amendment rights and decided not to self-incriminate. And this all centers around the mental acuity, or lack thereof, and how compromised Joe Biden was from the duties of being the commander-in-chief. And yesterday marked the 1-year anniversary of Joe Biden's exit speech from the 2024 election. Remember this? Listen and watch.
Franklin was asked, as he emerged from the convention going on, whether the founders have given America a monarchy or republic. Franklin's response was, a republic, if you can keep it.
No idea what he said. Neither does he. Neither does the rest of America. And there's absolutely no chance that he knew what was being signed into law via the auto pen. It's my belief that he probably had zero clue for at least the last 2.5 years of his presidency, if not longer. And Ambien has been all the rage since Hunter Biden went postal on a podcast earlier this week. Ron Klain was asked about that by the media as he entered for his deposition. Listen and watch.
The president was on Ambien before the debate. Do you agree with him? Did you ever see the president taking Ambien before the debate? What do you think was going on with him before the debate? You said he was tired.
Nothing to say there, but he did speak under oath. Andy Biggs and Tim Burchett, House Republicans from Arizona and Tennessee, respectively, joined Fox News yesterday, and they had this to say. Listen and watch.
He's saying the things that I kind of expected him to say, which is reflective of the book, the Whipple book, and some of the articles written about that. But he's been answering the questions, I think, forthrightly and in the way he sees the world.
Not there for the deposition today, but you've been talking with your colleagues on the committee. What have you been hearing?
I think that it's disclosing what's going on and just the track they took to get things done. You know, of course, the auto pen is what everybody's looking at. But I think the interesting thing to note is with this, if you've ever talked to prosecutors, especially the mob or other groups like that, they find somebody who will talk. And this guy's an honorable man, and he sees the writing on the wall. And these other people are trying to avoid probably a prison sentence, and they're being ill-advised, I would say. And he's been advised correctly. And I suspect once the mortar starts falling off the brick wall, a few more of these are going to come forward because they're going to say, man, I'm going to be implicated in this thing, and they're going to have to start talking.
And yes, Democrats are starting to spill the beans. The biggest political opportunist of all, that would be California Governor Gavin Newsom. The West Coast Weasel had this to say on the Diary of a CEO podcast on YouTube. Listen and watch.
There was a lot of talk, rhetoric, that there was an internal desire to overthrow him around that time, because you could see on TV he was struggling in the polls and Donald Trump was reveling in it. And then I heard this narrative coming up that, Nancy Pelosi and the Democratic Party were having private conversations and telling him to step down and forcing him out. Yeah. All cards on the table, 100% truth. Is there any truth in that?
Yeah. No, a lot of that was happening. I mean, a lot of people were, there was a phone tree that lit up that night. There was a text tree, phone tree, email, just blew up.
saying
people are in panic, total full-fledged panic.
If we had an honest media, Gavin Newsom's admission there would be front page material. Further details emerging from this cover-up. The New York Post writes the following, quote, former White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain was, quote, cooperative Thursday with House Republicans investigating Joe Biden's cognitive slippage while president, after Klain badmouthed his former boss in a recent book about the 46th Commander-in-Chief. Klain, a member of a purported Politburo that made high-level decisions as Biden grew less clear-headed during his term, appeared before the House Oversight Committee to respond to accusations that senior aides shielded the 46th president's physical and mental infirmity. Evidence emerges on a daily basis that would suggest Joe Biden wasn't mentally fit to be president, says James Comer, citing claims that the former chief executive was put on, quote, mind-altering sleep pills before his debate flop against former President Donald Trump. And speaking of books, Joe Biden has a new book because, well, everybody writes a book or has a podcast these days. The big guy is reportedly getting a $10 million advance that he is probably unaware of. I'm sure Jill's aware of that, though. But to make a profit, they will have to sell over $350,000 worth of copies. Even Jake Tapper laughing at that. And as our boy Jimmy Fallon points out, this is the highest amount ever paid for a scratch and sniff book. But this story likely won't see its ending point until at least October. Still scheduled to be deposed, Ian Sams, former special assistant to the president, Andrew Bates, former White House senior deputy press secretary, and of course, the binder, Karine Jean-Pierre, the former press secretary herself. She does not speak until September 12th, and she could, of course, plead the fifth. But KJP also has a book, which we told you about months ago. It's called Independent, a look inside a broken White House, outside the party lines. So she's already abandoned ship. Maybe she won't plead the fifth. But never forget how she lectured all of the media and all of America when grilled about the cover-up. This was July 8th of 2024. Listen and watch.
I just want to take a step back for a second, because I do take offense to what Ed alluded to. You know, come out here, every day there's a press briefing, and we do our best to give you the information that we have at the time. That's what we do. And we understand that freedom of the press, we respect the freedom of the press. You heard me talk about this last week. I appreciate the back and forth that we all have. I try to respect you, and I hope you try to respect me. And we literally do everything that we can. My team does everything that we can to make sure we get the answers to you. That's what we do. And sometimes we disagree. Sometimes we are not in agreement. But you know what? That's democracy. That is what is important, to have that healthy back and forth. And so to say that I'm holding information or allude to anything else is not unfair. It's really, really unfair. I think people who are watching and have been watching this briefing for this past week could say that we are doing our best in this briefing to provide the information that we have. And I will admit, I will be the first one to admit, sometimes I get it wrong. At least I admit that. At least I admit that. And sometimes I don't have the information. And I will always, always admit that. But I do take offense to what was just happening at the beginning of this briefing. It's not okay.
The country was lied to. The cover-up was super deep. The coup was even more consequential. The party that loves to talk about democracy literally denied the Democrat Party and Democrat voters of such democracy. They ignored your vote. They prevented a primary. Bobby Kennedy had to bounce to the other side. And then they installed a candidate. And Kamala got crushed. Much like with Obama and Epstein, the same questions need to be asked, right? Will we get a perp walk? Will the cuffs get slapped on? Will anybody go to prison for what they did? I believe, sadly, the answers remain consistent, and those answers are no. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210WPHT. And, of course, your YouTube comments, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Smash that like and subscribe button while you are there so we have the right numbers and the right ratios later this morning. We don't want 582 people watching with only 114 likes. That's not the way it works. You're going to hear from Stalker. Dawn, your thoughts? Do you think we're going to learn anything from any of these individuals that do not plead the fifth? And will we actually see accountability at the end of this?
All I'm saying is I do my best. I do my best. I'm not the best. I'm not trying to be the best. we do our best.
Yeah, and look, sometimes, I can't give you the real stuff. I'm only...
No, I think that I'm glad to hear from some of these staffers. Usually when somebody has a successful administration, they get big jobs and you hear about them and they gloat and do a victory lap and all of that. So these people have been hiding and just ducking, right? You haven't heard from any of the Biden administration people, didn't get really big jobs, or if they did, they kept it on the down low.
Yep.
But, I don't know that we'll get the answers to say, yeah, he's old. Yeah, I noticed he was less energetic. I still don't have a sense of who was really running things.
Mm-hmm. Right. And we'll certainly never get that answer. But it seems to me that there's the way to figure out if anybody is going to talk. If somebody already has a book or a podcast or a media gig, they'll be more forthcoming with crushing that administration. Those that want to remain in the swamp in politics, likely pleading the fifth, right? Clayton's got a book. Biden now will have a book as well. The Binder has a book out. We should actually track. I don't know if Phil or Jimmy can look this up. I'd like to see book sales. Is there a website that tracks actual sales by number, not just like where you rank on the New York Times best-selling? I'd like to compare Jake Tapper's book to Karine Jean-Pierre's book if we have a chance to do that.
Yeah, but let me just say one thing, though. A lot of times, high schools and colleges especially will make a book required reading.
Oh, so they purchase a bunch of them?
So they... Well, no, you as the student have to.
Oh, that's true. Yes, yeah, in college for sure.
So the professors, who are, I'm sure they're having all the students buy any Trump book or, Republican. Yeah. So you have that going on, and so that's a kind of patronage that helps those book sales.
All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, it is the biggest story in America. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan dead at 71. Plenty of stories to get into when we come back. And also, just about a year ago, when he showed up at the RNC, how my life at 41 went full circle. Back after this.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest, We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 646. As another week comes to a close, a week in which we lost Theo Huxtable, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan. Unbelievable.
The 80s are officially over.
Dude, I don't know how I was able to take my nap yesterday.
Oh, for God's sake.
Dude, is literally, I swear to God, as soon as I got in bed to take a nap, I got a text from you. Hulk Hogan died. 2 exclamation marks. Then my 2 best friends.
Is it true? That's what time you take your nap? You loafer?
It was.
Oh, that's hideous.
It was like 12 something.
Oh, that's hideous.
It's usually It's usually earlier.
Oh, that's hideous.
But I'm driving all the way back up to Saucon Valley.
That's hideous.
Oh, that's why.
Gross.
Yeah, because actually Bruno's filling in for Dom this week.
Yep.
And so it broke like right, I'll say 11:50-ish, somewhere in there.
Yep.
So that's when we started talking about it with Tony Bruno, because he's in Florida. And
right.
Tony was talking about you, Kayal, and
yep.
You know what I mean? That's when it kind of exploded. We were just 71 years young.
I know.
Cardiac so
arrest.
Healthy.
Dawn. I mean,
what?
Come on. I said earlier, yeah. I'm surprised he lived to 71.
Yeah,
he had 25 back surgeries in 10 years. Not exactly a...
Looked pretty good, though, for
the
71.
epitome of health.
One of the sources said that he had the body of a 140-year-old man from all of the abuse his body, was able to withstand.
Did he do steroids?
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean...
So it has nothing to do with back surgeries? It has to do with...
The greatest thing ever was when he went on the Arsenio Hall show and said, I only did it once.
Right. Just eat your vitamins and say your prayers, and you can have 24-inch pythons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, protein shakes and creatine. But it's amazing, as I said going into the last break, that your life, when you look back on it, goes full circle. I was born in 84. WrestleMania 1 was in 1985, and by the time I'm 4, it's 88, and I'm into wrestling. My dad's got me into it. This is back in the day when you would watch it on Saturday mornings, taped productions that they would do. And last summer, when Hogan comes out at the RNC after Trump was shot in Butler and does the ripping of the shirt and goes nuts, I'm like, Well, first of all, one of the first things I had in my head was, man, Stocker's right. Right, politics is professional wrestling.
Yep.
And, I consume way too much politics as an adult at 41 because it's my profession. And I've consumed way too much professional wrestling, largely the first 22 years of my life. But I still watch it on a somewhat close to a weekly basis for at least a segment or two until I realize that it sucks and I turn it off. But I'm thinking yesterday to just the sheer volume of reaction, not just in little echo chambers with little niche audiences. It was everywhere. Jesse Waters. Now, granted, there's a lot to talk about, right? And you've talked about Obama a ton. You've talked about Trump Epstein a ton, the Biden stuff from yesterday. Jesse Waters spent 11 minutes on Fox News last night delivering his monologue on Hulk Hogan and his impact on American culture. This is, nice little...
The NWO, well, no, this was the Hulk Hogan NWO theme.
Yes.
Yeah. Jimi Hendrix.
Yep.
Funny story. They paid the estate of Jimi Hendrix $100,000 for this. That's it.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Right.
It's amazing to me. And they could use up to 2 minutes of it.
Yep.
Just the instrumental.
Yep.
And I'll never forget, as most of you that paid attention to Hulk Hogan back when, adults watched wrestling. I'm probably the only 41-year-old alive that still watches it. But when he flipped and became a bad guy, the amount of not only children, but young adults or even middle-aged adults that were shattered by a scripted sport, flipping from a good guy to a bad guy.
Can I ask you guys a question? Do you think he's the most recognizable athlete?
I think he's beyond. I think he's beyond athletics.
Yeah,
he is.
I think he transcended.
Yes, he is, and there are very few that can do it. I jotted down a few things that come to mind when I think of America. Some of it's cliche, some of it's personal interests. Apple pie, Chevrolet, Coca-Cola. He was what Michael Jordan was to basketball, what Howard Stern was to Hot Talk or whatever you want to call it. Certainly what Rush was to this format. What Jaws was to the movie industry. I mean, that guy literally, he and Vince McMahon took a regionalized redneck sport where it was in pockets of Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, the Carolinas. And remember, if you've ever seen any of the documentaries, Lorne Michaels at NBC was looking for content when SNL had weeks off. And Vince said, why don't you give us that late night slot and we'll create Saturday night's main event wrestling? And Hulk Hogan was in large part the reason behind that.
Yeah.
Just unbelievable. And then his movies were awful.
Awful.
Well, he was in Rocky.
Rocky
that whole
3,
thing.
yeah.
No Holds Barred.
Yeah.
Suburban Commando. Mr. Nanny. I mean, these were epically bad movies.
Santa with muscles.
Yeah.
Roll his speech at the RNC, Phil.
Oh, this is great. I'm going to get
What happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Look at Trump smiling.
He's gassed.
Yeah. He needs another surgery. Unbelievable.
By the way, I don't care what, honestly, I don't care what side of the aisle you're on.
Yeah.
That resonated with every male.
Yep.
Well, that's just
every
it.
male.
And Democrats don't.
Yeah,
and that's
exactly.
and that's in large part the problem,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, of course, I was watching it live, and we consume everything, so you all don't have to. But when that came on, and my sons came running, and you think about that. So you talk about generations. And how many generations, even little kids, knew the Hulk, and when he ripped off his shirt, and it just the energy and his whole showmanship, just like you said, makes you smile.
It does. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. There's nothing there's no more. You don't even have to be a wrestling fan to know Hulk Hogan. Everybody knows Hulk Hogan.
Well, how many times can you take somebody's first or last name, use only one of them, and people know?
Agreed.
You say Hulk, most people are going to say Hulk Hogan or the Incredible Hulk.
Yep.
You say Hogan, I don't know, maybe somebody will say Hogan's Heroes, but, Hulk Hogan was that big. And then, of course, there's the other side. Beyond the character, there was the person and this guy was incredibly flawed. He had a porn tape that was leaked, right? He had the Gawker media scandal. He's made racist remarks. He's gotten into politics, which automatically can diminish your brand no matter which side you go on. Steroid scandal, fallout with his wife, his daughters. He was a mess in many regards off camera. But on camera, I don't know that there was a bigger entertainer. And to be honest, and not to get into wrestling, because it's not so much about wrestling, wasn't that great of a wrestler.
No,
But
he
a
wasn't.
showman.
But he was a showman.
He was the ultimate showman.
Right.
He knew 4 moves.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
he did a leg drop and a boot to the face.
There was never. Let me just tell you, Nick will understand what I'm saying. WrestleMania 18, him versus The Rock in Toronto.
Unbelievable.
And The Rock releasing a statement. President Trump yesterday. We lost a great friend today. The Hulkster, Hulk Hogan. Hulkster was MAGA all the way, strong, tough, smart, but with the biggest heart. He gave an absolutely electric speech at the RNC, was one of the highlights of the entire week.
Yeah.
And just best wishes and love to the family. He'll be greatly missed. The beautiful statement, but I think it was, if you think of that highlight, it really was one of the highlights.
Yeah, exactly.
And WrestleMania in, I think, 87, 88, and 89, it was either 2 or 3 years in a row, was in Atlantic City at one of Trump's properties.
88 and 89 was at Trump Plaza.
Yep.
But as I was saying, the WrestleMania 18 with him versus The Rock in Toronto, there was not a bigger ovation ever in the history of wrestling, in the history of anything, than him... his hulking up against The Rock.
I actually I have it. I'm gonna send it to you. Maybe we could play it during the cut sheet.
We're definitely gonna get fined if we play that, bro. Sorry.
This was March 17th, 2002, Sky Dome.
Yes.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Maybe we can just play the audio.
Yeah.
The audio is really what matters.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's just it's such a, like I said, the 80s, at least for me, are over. You know what I mean? And it's it's sad.
Yeah. I remember, to your point with Rock Hogan, everybody was saying, we'll never get to see Babe Ruth versus Hank Aaron. We'll never get to see Muhammad Ali versus whoever, Mike Tyson. But we got to see The Rock and Hogan. And and this is Hogan towards the end of his career, still somewhat functional. And he was able to hang in. And I'll never forget this. I'm a senior in high school. It's 2002. My dad despised Hogan. Despised Hulk. He was always a Macho Man guy. And my dad at the time, so it was 2002. He's 52 years old, born in 1950. And he thought The Rock, and this is just how you get captivated as a guy into this stuff. Yeah. It's fake, but these guys do take a beating, and it really does hurt. And it's scripted. And my dad thought The Rock had Hogan finished. And when Hogan kicked out, he was livid. As a 52-year-old grown man.
That's the thing about wrestling, is that you can make older men feel, and 52,
it's our soap opera.
Now at 45 is not an older man to me, because I'm closer to that than a younger man.
Yeah.
But it can make you feel like a kid. Yep. And Hulk Hogan always he always did that to me. Like I'm 7 years old in my uncle's house, at my uncle's house, watching him slam Andre the Giant. Like that's I'm every time I see him or hear that song, I'm always right back there. So yeah, he was a flawed dude, but you can't take away his impact in society, not just wrestling.
No.
This isn't about wrestling. His impact on society has been incredible.
Yep.
Well, I would say Hulk Hogan and Ozzy Osbourne. To Greg's point about the generations, that Ozzy Osbourne, Phil Almquist talked about that yesterday, the music, so two different two cultural icons, if you will, giants, who remind over the generations, people bringing them back to their youth. And so, from what you said, I mean, whether you're, guys in your 40s, your 50s, whether you're 18, whether you're in your 20s, especially young men, though, I think that was a good point, Nick. Young men through the generations that you talked about, relating to this, and that was the RNC. But I think they are two cultural giants and icons that we lost this week.
And it's funny, he was, getting this back to politics for a second, him and Trump became friends in, like Nick said, in 88, 89, when when WrestleMania was at Trump Plaza, back in Atlantic City. And he's been loyal, and they've been friends ever since. So, I mean, you talk about character. I mean, like he was loyal to his friends. You know what I mean? So,
855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, we'll come back, kick off hour number 2 with some news, and then the most influential, the 100 best podcasts of all time, according to Time, and there are notable, glaring omissions. Kayal and Company, hour 2. Stay right there.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
.704, hour 2 on this Farish Friday. Our boy Sean Farish, coming up at 7:45. We'll chat with him for the cut sheet. Looking forward to that. Fight Club at 9:10. And a whole lot more. 855-839-1210 if you want to climb in. You can always reach out on social as well as the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT.
Shocking. There's a person on the YouTube chat with the name Big City Liberal who doesn't like the professional wrestling talk and is bored by it. Shocking. That Big City Liberal does not like professional wrestling talk. Go away!
Well, it was really more about cultural icons.
Yeah, in America and
spanning
brands,
generations.
Right.
Ugh.
Well, that was a good go away.
I don't like what you say. I don't like what you talk about. Talk about something else.
You're right.
Okay.
We should. You know what? I should have thought. You're right. I should have had Gordon Chang on instead. You're right. I'm gonna spend 12 minutes talking about China. You're right. Because that drum hasn't been beaten to death 50,000 times by every host in this industry. Gordon Chang. I'd rather stick motor oil down my throat. Good God. Anywho. Big thing, though, is Hogan was great with the alpha males with Trump. Gen Z men are trending right. Males age 18 to 29. 52% identify as Republicans. Latest Gallup poll. I'm just seeing this across the Fox Morning Show, which is a big issue for Democrats. And I don't know that Josh Shapiro and Gavin Newsom can do much to change that, which is really amazing. I think
Josh Shapiro was on Colbert last night.
Well,
so there's that. He's really winning over.
Yeah.
By the way, the best part of the interview was when Josh Shapiro says, I watch you every night. And I felt like you're saying, oh, you're the one. You're the one that watches Colbert every night.
It's not my fault you lost $40 million. I did my part. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live this morning, Friday morning, Farish Friday. And we have a hot day and rain in the forecast, but record heat is expected today. So we'll talk about all of it this Friday morning, July the 25th. Garage Day, boys, if you're listening. So you mentioned Josh Shapiro. So we'll get to what he said about Zoran Mamdani and how he fails to condemn blatantly anti-Semitic rhetoric. That's a headline this morning. Critical, Josh Shapiro coming down hard on somebody who's in the headlines. So I know that we'll talk about that one with our Pennsylvania governor. Let's get to local news, and that is a 9-year-old child and this is confirmed out of Hershey Park, Pennsylvania, a 9-year-old child has died after an incident at the boardwalk inside Hershey Park. It happened last night at the amusement park in Hershey, PA. 9-year-old child, according to authorities, was tragically lost at the boardwalk. And from the moment that the lifeguard team recognized that a child was in distress, they performed an immediate rescue, followed by continuous coordinated life-saving efforts by the lifeguards there, on-site first responders, as well as medical personnel rushing to that scene. The child was rushed to the nearby Milton S. Hershey Medical Center, where in spite of all those life-saving efforts, the 9-year-old died, and they were not able to revive this child.
Lifeguards at Hershey. I haven't been there in 30 years. Do they have a water park now?
They do.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when they said the child was lost, they mean the child died. But, this is a current, obviously a death investigation, and they've released all kinds of statements as far as what happened, statements that the safety of their guests is their highest priority. And so they're not giving all the specifics regarding the actual incident or what led up to it. Okay, but the boardwalk does feature 16 different water attractions, including the world's longest, those mat racing slides.
Yeah.
So they have a huge pool, the shore, which goes up to 6 feet deep. So I don't have the details of it, but we did have a 9-year-old die at Hershey Park. They're giving the family privacy, and those are all the details that I have at this point.
I still can recall going through the candy portion and smelling the cocoa, the fresh chocolate. Nothing like grabbing a freshly made Mr. Good bar. Oh.
I still have. So my favorite thing is when you go through. We went through this with my dad. When you go through the little factory, you have to wear the plastic like shower cap thing and the apron, and then you can design your own candy bar. It comes in a tin.
Yep,
that's so memorable.
Yep,
for anybody who hasn't done it.
I think I went in '97. It's been a while. I need to
Did you take the girls?
No, I haven't. But that's now that I'm
gosh.
thinking, I'm like, that would be a good trip.
And you know what you do? Do the trip, make a tin, and for the grandparents as a thank you, because you've been staying with the in-laws. It's a cute little gift.
Don, I want to enjoy this trip.
No, just it's a
Get
cute,
them a gift.
Get them a gift.
Yeah.
Have the girls make, because they do a tin with their picture on it. Have them design a candy bar for their grandparent. You know what I mean? It's a cute little gift.
Yeah.
And you get something out of the gift because you have the experience with your daughters.
They have a lot of concerts out there, don't they?
They do.
The Giant Center, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure Phil's been out there for a bunch of shows.
Sure, I've been out there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's a lot of
I
fun.
don't remember who I saw. I think Blink-182, maybe.
Wow, Blink-182.
Yeah.
Hey, following up on a story from Montgomery County, do you remember that fire? It destroyed a farm and a goat sanctuary.
Yes.
So we have a follow-up now that the owners of that goat sanctuary that was, demolished by the flames, they're now facing charges. So this is, according to the authorities, Aaron and Michael Wiggle are charged with aggravated cruelty to animals, of torture, and 2 counts of neglect of animals, because investigators and authorities there in Montgomery County say before the fire, the owners failed to provide veterinary care. Many animals they claim were malnourished, and the fire at the House of Wiggle Goats Farm that happened back in May killed some 40 animals. And the farm owners did raise more than $68,000 to help with the recovery. The fire remains under investigation, but they're now facing these animal neglect charges. So this is obviously, there's more to the story, but I just wanted, that's all I have. That's the update as far as the farm owners. It was a horrible story. A lot of people sympathized, GoFundMe involved, raising a lot of money. Now there's something more to it that investigators are revealing to us. Other news, remember George Santos, the former congressman. He is a Republican, New York, Republican from New York. He's expected to start serving that 7-year prison sentence starting today.
Wow.
For those fraud charges.
7
Got him
years.
busted and ousted from Congress.
Oofa. Oh, my Lord. 7 years.
7 years.
Yeah.
Wow.
George Santos.
Hope it was worth it.
I know. Pleading guilty
Yeah.
last summer to the federal wire fraud and aggravated identity theft charges for deceiving donors and stealing people's identities in order to fund his congressional campaign. 7 years behind bars.
Wow.
It makes me think of, because it's federal wire fraud, so it's federal charges. The Wire, because I've been talking about, we never watched that before, so I'm watching it with my sons now.
Watching that?
Yeah,
it's great.
And so you think about some drug dealers and even like second-degree murder convictees, they don't get 7 years.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Democrats commit identity fraud every day. Jasmine Crockett's code switching. All these people with the different backgrounds. Mom Donnie lied about his race. Get into Columbia.
Well, but he can, look, he went to court and pleaded guilty.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how he tries any. How do you appeal?
Yeah,
when
well,
you plead it out?
when the feds take you to court, you're dead man walking.
Yeah.
The feds don't miss too often.
Well, I would say they can miss, but the problem is they have unlimited resources.
Right. They'll beat you
our
into
tax dollars.
Yeah, they beat you into submission, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to defend against that.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that going on. We've been talking about Hulk Hogan. Yesterday we got word, and this is a Florida story, but one of the most famed professional wrestlers of all time, iconic, and became really the symbol of generations, turned it into entertainment, and has passed away. He died at the age of 71 in his home near Tampa, Florida, pronounced dead after being rushed to a nearby hospital. Police say there was no suspicious activity related to his death, but his family had called 911.
Is that the best way to go? A heart attack in your sleep? Of all the awful ways you can die, cancer, Parkinson's.
Let me just say this. There's some speculation about the way he died.
Oh, there is?
Yeah, there's been reports that he's been on his deathbed for like a week or two.
Maybe even longer.
Yes.
Close to a month.
Yes.
I read.
Yeah.
But I didn't know how authentic that was.
Yeah, the people around him said, "No, nothing to see here, nothing to see here, nothing to see here." And the people who knew different were just like, "Our story's not changing. There it is."
Did he just have a surgery as well?
He did. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
He had, and I looked up, he had said about a year ago, 6 months ago, he had said that he had more than 24 surgeries in a decade, to Greg pointing that out about Nick, you pointed.
Yeah.
So if he had another surgery on top of that, but there were all these reports. I know his wife was saying no, that he reportedly had some kind of a bad flu. So there were these reports that they kept saying, no, he's okay.
Yeah. His beer is advertised a ton on Fox News.
Yeah.
Real American beer.
Well, they just did a Eric Bischoff, and he just closed the deal with Fox Nation for some wrestling thing or something that they were going to do. And somebody asked Eric Bischoff if they're still going to do it, and he goes, "The show must go on."
Yeah. I tried the Real American beer. It's not bad. It's better than Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce's beer. That garage beer, that lime water that they sell. Ugh.
We have a bunch of headlines, and I know we'll get to all of it, as far as President Trump touring the what many have called the Fed Mahal, but the Federal Reserve building, obviously with the chairman, who he hired back in the day, Jerome Powell.
Did you guys see them with the hard hats?
It's the best.
It reminded me of Tommy Boy with Tommy and his dad.
It was that was one of the best back and forth. Somebody did it and then put the Curb Your Enthusiasm music after it.
Yeah, it's like a Larry David, like blunt.
Yeah, Phil roll this. This was Trump touring the Federal Reserve.
President. Let's tune in.
With the chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over.
Oh, yeah, Callahan brake pads.
And we're just taking a look at what's happening. It's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist, or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time, and you're in charge of the committee.
Indeed. One of the reasons I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses, wanted to figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and
what the hell did he say?
It looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit.
Shaking his head.
So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
How looking at him
Where is that? Yeah, it just came out.
It just came out.
He's got it in his pocket.
I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Trump reaches into his pocket, grabs a paper.
Please fire this guy.
Jerome Powell going for his reading glasses.
3.1,
3.2.
This came from us? Yes.
No.
I don't know who does that.
Trump pointing to the numbers.
Are you including the Martin renovation? You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
It was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's not new.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. Expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
What a circus!
And
well, you can't include a building that's already been built 5 years ago.
That whole thing was a disaster.
You can't include that.
Well, that's basically what Jerome Powell was saying. But somebody gave Trump that rundown of all the costs that Powell oversaw, and they gave him the total cost. So in that one, I don't know, did Trump even know what you're pointing out, Greg? Do you know what I mean? Trump said, what's the total cost? They gave him a rundown of all it, and then he hands it to him. But the funniest thing of all is that part of the reason this thing has gone way over budget, interest rates. You know what I mean? That's the bump of it.
Yeah. It's a shame Hogan's gone. Jerome Powell needs a leg drop. Lower the rates, dude. What else do you need to see? My God.
Trump appointed him, guys.
I know.
This is
I
ridiculous.
say it every newscast.
I
Greg.
agree.
I say it every, and there's a board.
Trump's
the whole board votes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know there's leadership, and that's what the dude who's probably going to, be the next guy that Trump nominates was on Fox last night with Brett Baer. But I think what they're saying is take a different attitude and a different leadership and a different angle. But to the point that Greg makes, the truth is it's a board that they all vote.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that the real headline should be change, if you want to change the Fed, right, which is not independent, it's just within government being independent, but change the philosophy.
Well, and as you've been reporting too, we do have 2 cuts coming up later in the second half of this year, right? I think we have one in September. They're saying
there might be 3.
3. Okay.
There might be as many.
So then,
as 3.
if we are going to see multiple cuts, then firing him, easier said than done, probably doesn't make sense if we're on the verge of cuts, right?
It's really because it's considered an independent agency within government. We're going to simplify it here. It's really not a good look. Trump knows this, and that's why he's not firing him.
Yeah.
But as far as that goes, the real criticism
he can't fire. He's not firing him because he can't.
Right.
Yes.
Basically, you have to fire.
Nothing to do with that.
Well, you could with cause. If he did like a Santos, who we talked about a moment ago, and pleaded guilty to criminality, then you can.
Right. That's what I read
him,
yesterday.
Right?
But he doesn't have a valid reason.
Yeah. You can't just fire at a whim. Or fire somebody at a whim at this level.
Seriously, does Trump know he appointed him?
Mm-hmm.
Does he?
Well, he said the other day.
He said the other day.
What year did he appoint? What year was that?
In his first,
in his first term.
Right, but was that like around COVID or at the beginning of his term?
No, I think it was like 2017 or so.
Mm-hmm.
The other day he said, "I can't believe Biden appointed him."
He said something to that effect. I was like, "What?"
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I guess he doesn't recognize him or something. That was funny to me.
Yes, it must be that. He doesn't recognize.
Trump's in cognitive decline, folks.
I mean, guys, if that would have been Biden, it would have been guys. If that would have been Biden, that would have been wall-to-wall coverage on this radio station.
Would have been my big take.
Of course,
I would have bloviated for 11 minutes on it.
And did he later correct that, or did somebody later acknowledge it? I don't even know.
Correct anything? What are you talking about?
I just want to know why they have hard hats on.
Well, because
and why does a black man not have a hard hat?
Oh,
look at this. This is systemic racism, and it's got to end.
Yeah, very good question.
And where's
Kayal.
Tim's girlfriend at, or fiance? Where's Mindy?
I thought they got married.
Did they? She's at home starting a family. What is she doing?
I don't.
She working?
Mindy's doing.
Does she work for Wesley Financial? I'm Chuck McDowell. If I sound like a lawyer, it's because I am not a lawyer.
If I look like a lawyer, I apologize. It's an effective ad when we can quote it.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Scott actually got married this weekend, August of 2024.
Told you.
About that. Tim Scott, Tim Tebow.
Wow.
All of a sudden, joining manhood.
His wife's beautiful.
Yeah, he outkicked the coverage.
Lost the virginity.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Like it and then lick it.
That's what Mindy told him. He didn't know what to do, right? First time around.
Spank me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other news involved, and we'll get to all of it. Headlining for you as I know that President Donald J. Trump directing members of his cabinet to develop a plan in the next 30 days. They have a month, aimed at preserving college sports opportunities and preventing college athletes from becoming professionals. That was one of the executive orders. That was the executive order he signed yesterday. So headlining that one. And then the other headline that's still making headlines this morning has to do with Ghislaine Maxwell meeting yesterday, another meeting today. So I'll just headline it like that.
I'm just curious, why is she meeting with Trump's personal attorney?
I think this is I think this is at the request of her defense team. And so
her defense team is requesting to meet with Trump's.
That's my understanding.
Nothing shady about that at all, right?
Well, she has been appealing this 20-year, federal sentence, right? So she's trying to cut a deal. I'm reading between the lines there, but certainly she has been appealing this. They have tried everything in the courts. And so then it came up that she may, in fact, because they could not release all of the different where she testified for grand jury. So they're not going to release that. So now, will she essentially do an interview? But then the question is, will she do it in front of a bipartisan congressional panel or some kind of audience? Because there are a lot of Democrats and Republicans.
People want this public.
Who want it, Nick, public or at least in front of a bipartisan congressional committee.
Yeah,
I think that's the negotiation.
Maxwell's lawyer says she fully cooperated and answered all of DOJ questions during today's interview. Quote, Ms. Maxwell answered every single question. She never stopped. She never invoked a privilege. She never declined to answer. She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability. And that's all the comment we're going to have today about the meeting. We don't want to comment about the substance of the meeting for obvious reasons, and we'll go from there. That's according to David Marcus, her attorney.
Yeah, this whole thing stinks to me.
You think?
It does.
Yep.
Maxwell, and she's just remember she was convicted in a court of law, had the trial. She was charged, I think it was 5 years ago, almost to the day. But she is the only person convicted in this whole thing involving notorious sex offender pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And she's going to meet for a second day with top Department of Justice officials.
Well, according to Greg Kelly on Newsmax, she's a victim too.
Mike Johnson yesterday saying this is not a hoax. That was probably the biggest break from Trump's position.
Yeah, we'll get into that in 20 minutes.
So we'll get into it. I'm just giving. I'm not quoting any podcast or what have you. I'm just. These are all official sites, and so this is inside a Florida courthouse where she's meeting with for a second day. This is the Department of Justice, and that's who she's meeting with. So that's an official proceeding that's happening. And so Todd Blanche is the one meeting with her. And
he's the deputy AG, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And also Trump's personal attorney.
Yes,
that's
sir.
right. He was the lawyer was he the Alvin Bragg lawyer in the Alvin Bragg case, or was that the Letitia James case? Blanche was in.
Elena Haba was one of them.
Yeah, Haba was one, and now he's the deputy AG under Bondi. But he was definitely one of Trump's lawyers in one of the court cases that we covered the last 2 years.
The one he lost was the one that Elena Haba was.
Like I've been telling you.
So Blanche said that he wanted to ask the former British socialite and convicted criminal what she knew about about potentially other people who sexually abused girls and young women. And so I know that I was looking through, he served as a criminal defense attorney for Trump back during, all those criminal, not civil proceedings. So, and by the way, she's serving in a minimum security facility in Florida currently.
Maxwell?
Yes. Minimum security.
Interesting.
So today, and she's meeting, they're all talking about it. That's one of the lead stories across the board.
Just remember,
just giving you that.
Minimal security. Keep that in the back of your head in case Maxwell ends up dead one morning in a cell.
Well, that's what David in South Carolina says. He says, so what day next week does Maxwell die?
I've been thinking about that as well.
Jeez.
Get ready for the Hillary memes.
So
I don't know. She's meeting with Trump's attorney.
Did I read too that Bill Clinton sent a letter too?
Subpoenaed. Bill and Hillary Clinton have been subpoenaed.
So all of this breaking, just remember the backdrop. We've talked about it. Wall Street Journal, Wednesday of this week. Today's Friday. Wall Street Journal reported that a recent review of the Epstein-related documents by DOJ and FBI found the Trump name appeared multiple times in the files, and that the president had been informed of that by Attorney General Pam Bondi back in May. That was weeks before the DOJ said it would not make public those files. However, DOJ Pam Bondi, just to give you the timeline, had promised the release February 26th.
Yep.
That's your timeline. Mm-hmm. So one of the big stories for us locally here, National Weather Service issuing all of these weather alerts as far as record heat. So we're still in the 70s at this point. But Nick Kayal, it's going to feel... Well, we're going to have record heat. It's going to beat some records, and they're just giving some health warnings across our region.
It is right, Dawn. Almost 80 degrees already, going up to the high 90s. Heat index well over 100. Should be very humid as well, but we won't have any storms. It'll cool off going into Saturday, high 80s. Still nice, and then we'll get a pop-up storm. About a 35% chance of thunderstorms and showers on Sunday. Your Philly weekend weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, Sean Farish, the cut sheet in just over 15 minutes. But when we come back, Joe Rogan gets snubbed from the best podcasts ever. In fact, not a single conservative or right-leaning podcaster cracks the top 100. How can that be? We'll explore it next. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto Group. And we are talking today about the flagship brand, my brand. That's Honda. Whether you're hitting the beach or you're cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at your favorite Honda dealer. That is Piazza Honda. Now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings will not last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or my dealership location in Springfield. You can shop online, and you can do it right now. PiazzaHonda.com.
Maybe you're heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home. Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. They're family-owned, American-made, and yes, tariff-proof. So your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months, same as cash, all that financing. Don't wait. Get started today. KitchenMagic.com. You can call them 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979. What are you waiting for? Yeah, 24 months, same as cash financing, a new kitchen. Enjoy the magic. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Rhett. And I'm Link. And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
It's Kayal and Company live on a Friday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day or your weekend.
Go away!
No, we want them to stay, Gregory. Don't go away. Stay. We've talked about a lot of different things this morning.
I don't like what you talk about. Talk about something else.
We are going to talk about something else. Hold your horses. We'll get there. Farish coming up in 10 minutes. Missed an epic meltdown earlier from Stalker. Go back and get it on the Odyssey app, the iHeartRadio app, live on YouTube. Or you can download the podcast. I mean, we're not going to make the time 100, obviously.
Uh-oh.
You know, iTunes, Spotify, plenty of ways that you can get us. Anytime your heart desires. Maybe you're on the treadmill at 6:30 on a Friday night. You missed Kayal and Company because you have a job, a life, family, kids. You go back, download the podcast, get caught up on everything. So Time puts together the 100 best podcasts of all time. And I'm looking at Time's website, and they actually break it down in different genres. So there's comedy and fiction, there's sports, there's society, there's business and tech, there's true crime, history, pop culture, science, and then news and politics. So I'm looking at, I jotted these down on my pad. Let me start with news and politics, since that's our genre here. 3 that I've heard of, and I think they're all terrible. NPR, the now defunded NPR.
Which one? Just
let me give you the exact name of that. Let me click on that tab real quick. I'll give you the other 2 while I pull this up. Ezra Klein's podcast with the New York Times, and there's one from The Economist, which talks about autocrats, and the picture of it is the face of Xi Jinping. Now, I don't know if that's a single solo episode. I can't believe it's a recurring theme with Xi Jinping. It's probably a one-off episode where they featured him. And again, this is all time. This is not today in 2025, or this is not an ever-changing, annual rankings that, you see ups and downs. This is what they think in the history of the short-lived format of podcasts. This is the 100 best.
So Ezra Klein, NPR, and
one episode on a Chinese dictator. Okay, so that's your news and politics. Okay. No Joe Rogan, no Patrick Bet-David, no Tucker Carlson, no Megyn Kelly. Anybody else under the sun that's right of center. Legitimately, there are only 6 that show up, none of which are right of center. Pop culture, I knew of only one, the New Heights podcast. They already have anointed Travis and Jason Kelce to have one of the 100 best podcasts of all time.
Oh, wow.
I'd like to stick my head in a batch of acid right now.
Me too.
I mean, really? Travis and Jason Kelce? I don't want to get started on the whole Swift thing. We'll save that for the fall.
They are making headlines because they excluded Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
I am.
That's the big theme here.
Because it's like, what?
How this guy's had the best podcast for multiple years. Basically, he has been at number 1, short of a couple of weeks or a couple of months where somebody knocks him off for a short-lived stretch, and then he drops down to like 2 or 3. Business technology. There's a J.P. Morgan podcast and another New York Times podcast. In sports, I've heard both of these, but I've never listened to either. There's the 30 for 30 podcast, which I believe is an ESPN production. Their TV documentary is actually pretty good, where they chronicle historical things in sports. And the Bill Simmons podcast.
Did my boy Spike Eskin make it?
He did not.
Really?
He did not. But Odyssey is represented.
Okay.
In the society section, Odyssey's Classy podcast. Classy.
What's that?
It's probably something that costs the company money. No idea. Never heard of it.
That's funny.
Then in society, NPR shows up again with a podcast called Code Switch.
Oh, really?
A podcast dedicated to, I'm just presuming here, because I can only judge based on the title, code switching.
Code switching.
Right.
Wow.
What does that star? Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris? I don't know. Comedy and fiction.
Oh, boy.
Conan O'Brien.
Conan.
Does he still do it? Is that still a thing?
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
the Team Coco podcast. That's I think that got bought by SiriusXM.
Okay, and then Alex Cooper with the Call Her Daddy podcast.
Sure,
which I would understand that being in there. It's been
very influential.
Flavor of the
I don't know
flavor
anybody,
of the year.
I don't know anybody who listens to it, but yes, it's influential.
Well, and you made a good point earlier that. And you give it to us again about the subscriptions.
When you subscribe to something,
yep.
Like I'm going to subscribe to this podcast. It automatically downloads in your queue, so that counts as a download, no matter if you listen to it or not. Like I said, I have stuff that I subscribed to 6 years ago that I literally never listened to, but it's counting towards their downloads.
For every new episode, or just the initial one that you download?
Every new episode, because you subscribe to it. Once you subscribe to it, it downloads it automatically.
So I could subscribe to Joe Rogan today.
Yep.
And he will get credit for every new episode from my account?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
That's how it works. So they don't do that's the little sleight of hand these podcast companies do, is that they say 1 billion downloads. It's like okay, how many listens?
Right.
How many people are listening? Like,
and for how long?
Yeah, and we have a tracker to show how many people are listening, on the Odyssey app, on the iHeartRadio app, we can see view count on YouTube, like all of that stuff. We know that. They have no idea.
So this is as fugazi as clips on X, that if you scroll by and don't actually click on it, counts as a impression.
100%.
I did not know, but it makes sense that YouTube now says that it's the world's largest podcasting platform.
Yes.
So it's the world's largest video platform,
Mhm.
but also the world's largest podcasting forum.
You know, it's
1 billion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
1 billion monthly viewers.
1 billion.
YouTube.
Yes.
Wow.
And you know, it's funny, guys. You remember 2.5 years
I
ago
know.
when I said, "Hey, guys, we should start you go to Rumble, go to this, go to that."
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Cool.
if
Thanks.
we had the capabilities from a staffing standpoint, I would love to be on all video
Everything.
streams.
I agree with you. I
How
agree
do we
with you.
do that? We should ask AI.
We should ask Colbert to get his production team, since they're all going to be out of work.
But here's what I'm saying is that yes, people, you know, there are so many ways now to view, watch, all of that stuff. So, you know, just listening to a podcast is not the only metric now that it's measured by.
I mean, can you imagine one of the themes today with the reason why I brought up Hulk Hogan, not only from the America standpoint, but, you know, the alpha male standpoint, it's what is continually killing the Democrats. I mean, they've got Alyssa Slotkin out there saying that the Detroit Lions are going to win the national championship in college football. They can't find a normal dude who's an alpha that likes sports and likes guns and likes a truck or likes drinking beer or betting on sports or hot women in bikinis. Doesn't exist in the Democrat Party. And then one of the big takeaways from this past election was how the Trump campaign utilized new media. Podcasts, streaming. What's Barron's little butt buddy's name? What's his name? Bo
Loudon.
Bo Loudon. And Trump and the campaign were like, yeah, it's a great idea. Let's do this podcast. Let's go on with this gamer and this streamer. So you're going to tell me that was a major thing in this election while Kamala was using traditional and minimal appearances in media.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to have Time put out the most influential, best podcasts of all time. And yet nobody right of center makes it? I find that hard to believe.
I mean, first of all, you have to take it from the source of Time. You know what I mean? Like, they've been out of the public mind since the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
But also the fact that, like, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that no, you know what I mean? Like, just look at the views and the listenership for, you know, not just Rogan, Kill Tony, like all of these things are huge podcasts that get no love. Really?
Nothing. Unbelievable.
What about Charlemagne the God?
That God.
Yeah. That's interesting that no, I guess, radio show, traditional terrestrial radio show that is available in podcast form was able to make the list.
Well, they have a thing, because that's what I wanted to look at, how they chose. And did they just choose purely podcasts?
Yeah, I think it's just purely
you know what
things
I mean?
that live in a digital
Can you
download
imagine?
space.
Can you imagine that they actually, with a serious face, put Ezra Klein and his podcast as a, like, oh God, like nobody listens to that.
Right.
Everybody said, oh yes, I subscribe to it. Nobody's actually listening to it.
No, I think we've probably had Ezra Klein on the cut sheet 4 or 5 times in 3 years for various reasons politically that tie into the show with what we talk about.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
All right, let's go to Nashville, Tennessee, shall we? Sean Farish is standing by. Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning, sir. Let me tell you something, right? You know, I just got off the phone with Japan. We did a beautiful deal with those people, and they're taking our rice. Nobody ever thought that was possible. How the hell do you make a Japanese person buy your rice? They have more rice than anybody knows what to do with. But Nick Kale's going to like this. You know, I talked to the Prime Minister. Then he said to me, sir, Donald-san, you're a great guy. Wax on, whack off, wax off. No, we don't want the other one. We want wax on, wax off. Because now we're talking about Jeffrey Toopin on a Zoom call. We don't want to do that.
No.
But they're taking our rice, and Australia's taking our beef. You know that? So we're very happy about it.
Mr. President, can you explain to us why you and both Jerome Powell were wearing hard hats yesterday at the Federal Reserve and why Tim Scott was not given a hard hat?
Well, I thought, it's not a racist thing if that's where you're going, right? That's not a racist thing if that's where you're going. But I will say this. Jerome Powell didn't need one either because he has an incredibly hard hat. You know, he's very stubborn. He won't lower the interest rates. He's a bad guy. Yeah. I have to say that, a bad hombre. And I tapped him on the back and his dentures almost came flying out of his mouth. You saw that? I said, lower the rates. I hit him in the back. He almost had a stroke. So I heard he's bruised, very bruised.
There we go. Greg Stocker.
Yeah. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Staples. Calling all parents and teachers at Staples. Your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button. What button? The easy button. With supplies as low as 25 cents plus laptops up to 40% off and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Finding it all at Staples. That was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring the Fresh Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Yeah, let's go there. I know we played it earlier, but I want to play this for Sean because I know he has some thoughts on this. Or maybe Mr. President has some thoughts on this. This is cut one. Trump went to... I have two different cuts here, but I'm going to start with cut one here. We played this earlier, but he went to tour the new Federal Reserve building wearing hard hats, and hilarity ensued as these two bickered. Roll this.
I think we hear the president. Let's tune in.
With the chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. And it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And Tim has been with me for a long time, and you're in charge of the committee.
Indeed. One of the reasons I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses, wanted to figure out why.
Yeah. So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah,
Al shook his head no.
I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
It just came out.
It just has it in his pocket. 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's not new.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. We expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Sean, any desire to decode that train wreck there?
Well, it sounds like Trump pulled out that paper, and it had this building that was renovated or built 5 years ago, and Powell wasn't happy about that. But I guess the point that Trump is trying to make is that in 2019, when they started asking about renovations in this whole project, that building was included, and now the entire cost of all of the renovations that Jerome Powell and the Fed, essentially asked for approval and discussed is now $3.1 billion, which is insane. This building better never have to be painted or touched again. If this whole project, this needs to be a renovation for life. I mean, the craziest part about it is the Buffalo Bills, who have never won a Super Bowl and never will. And by the way, Norwood never would have lost. He never would have missed that kick if I was that judge. I just want to say that. Never would have went wide right. I would have said that too. Boy, I love losing Super Bowls, right? The Buffalo Bills, they're building a brand new, state-of-the-art, 62,000 seat facility in upstate New York, up in Buffalo, which basically Donald Trump can leverage trade deals with Canada by basically saying, if you don't do what I want, I'm giving you Buffalo, right? So Canada will go, fine, sir, we'll do it, right? But 62,000 seats, state-of-the-art, brand new football stadium is now approximately, going to cost $2.2 billion. That's what obviously the bucktooth Botox bandit of Buffalo, Kathy Hochul, is, she's using hundreds of millions of dollars of taxpayer funds to help with it, the whole thing. But $2.2 billion. It is costing the Federal Reserve more money to renovate an existing building than it is costing the team with the most annoying fans in the NFL to build a brand new building. So it is. Buffalo Bills fans are born sideways. I don't know what it means, but
Yeah. 1.9 billion was the original estimate. 1.9 billion. That's what they were supposed to do it within. And no matter what, it's $2.5 billion. So they were quibbling between the 2.5 and the 3.1. Powell has overseen the whole thing.
But Tim Scott, even in that clip, said, yeah, it's around 3.1, 3.2.
Mm-hmm.
And the point is that what you said, Powell has overseen the whole thing, and I love it. Donald Trump goes, yeah, you expecting any more cost overruns, right? This is great.
But you know what's got to be so frustrating about all of this for Trump? First of all, it's your hand-picked guy, right? And you've exceeded expectations or better than expected. Inflation coming in lower, jobs reports, everything going well, gas prices down. You've had tariff victories. We have not seen all of the doom and gloom that the panicans were predicting. And the one thing that can even make your economy skyrocket even better is interest rates. Yet it's your own guy from 8 years ago holding you back. That's got to be so infuriating if you're Trump right now.
Yeah, and there's nothing he can do.
Right.
I mean, he's legally not allowed to fire him unless there's like, an absurd cause, right? So it's like, this is why I think Anna Paulina Luna is filing charges, because she once again jumped the shark on X and said his firing is imminent, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump was like, we're not going to do it, and then she's like, all right, well then we're going to charge him with a crime, but in the same respect, I do think he lied to Congress according to what that referral says. Right? He said he said certain aspects of that building weren't going to be renovated or included in the project, and then the project plan said the exact opposite. So did he lie to Congress or not? And in most cases, I would say, who doesn't lie to Congress, right? But the Democrats, set the precedent with Bannon and Navarro and all of these other folks that, false statements, nobody's above the law, right? So we'll see what happens. But he can't fire Powell, which is definitely frustrating, I think, if you're Trump.
A reporter asked him, as a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Fire him?
Roll this.
As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
Look at Al's face.
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman. He's showing us around, showing us the work. And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time. Because it looks like it's got a long way to go.
It looks like it still has a long way to go.
You know what they look like? They look like that couple. They're like, you go to your kids' events, like, like Nick goes to the girls' dance event, and there's that couple, and they're divorced, and they hate each other, but they have to be, you know what I mean, at the kids' event.
Yep.
That's what they look like.
Powell shows you, this guy, he's got the personality of a paint can. I guess which is required
I'll tell you what,
to be
Nick,
fed.
I used to work for Sherwin-Williams.
That's right.
Paint is a lot more entertaining than Jerome Powell. I can tell you, especially when it spills.
Yeah.
Because it gets everywhere, right? Like when I had paint spill, it was like, I cleaned up the spill, and then I see behind me, and there's tracks, and I'm like, now. When did I step in the paint? Because I don't remember stepping in the paint. Paint is far more entertaining than Jerome Powell.
All right, we have a lot that I want to get Sean's reaction to, the Epstein stuff. Also, Sean's favorite person, Candace Owens, is being sued. And I want to get Sean's take on that. But first, Dawn, can you talk to us about Marvin E. Cans?
Absolutely. My guys at Marvin E. Cans. You've heard me talk about my friends, my guys from Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We had this Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split installed in our lower level, which had poor ventilation, a lack of duct work, and that's just it. It's a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. What a game changer. So no matter what the weather, we've had record heat, we've had high humidity, crazy weather, it doesn't matter. Our studio down there stays at that wonderful same temperature. The humidity is just right for all of our equipment. It actually just smells fresh, and we don't have that musty smell anymore. So I'm telling you, if you have those hard to reach areas, I want you to consider a mini split for your hard to reach areas. Visit Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone
my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here with Kayal Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8 o'clock hour underway. It's brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders here on Kayal Company, where you can furnish your home and make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces of all high-quality famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. Fight Club just over an hour from now as we continue. Sean Farish with us for a Friday Cut Sheet.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, where you can see all these videos. Only 155 likes. I do not like that. I need 50 more likes right now. Get on over to YouTube right now. Smash that like button. Smash that subscribe button. 155 likes is just not acceptable. We need to be over 200. 155 likes, not acceptable.
You guys know the deal.
Thank you.
You guys know the deal over there.
Thank you.
The deal.
Right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You know,
Brendan.
my wife's in the chat. She stabs.
Brendan.
He gets very aggressive about this. It's really, I mean, we're working on it, but I'm like, yeah.
Working on it.
We're working on it. I can't control that.
I know you
there's
can't.
just some things I can't say no, so that's that.
I'm waiting for Brendan Farish to come out with the knife emoji.
Oh, she's going to come in there and
the
she's
YouTube
that's
chat.
it.
Get on over there
She's
right
a
now.
thug.
Get on over
It's
there
like
right
Mike
now.
Myers on Halloween.
Get on over there right now and hit the subscribe or the like button. All right, Tulsi Gabbard was on with Charlie Kirk yesterday explaining the Obama guilty of treason. We've been back and forth about this all week. She explains her reasoning for saying that this was a treasonous conspiracy. Roll this.
System is built on the foundation of the American people casting their votes for who they want to be in office, to be our president and commander-in-chief. In this system, there is to be a peaceful transition of power. What we saw play out here was President Trump was elected by the American people in 2016, shocking most people in the United States, and apparently even Russia and Putin didn't think that he would win. Instead of accepting that this is the will of the people, what we saw is President Obama convening his national security team and concocting this contrived false narrative through the production of this intelligence community assessment in January 2017 with the specific intent of subverting the will of the American people and trying to delegitimize President Trump's election and therefore everything that he had been charged to do by the American people over the next 4 years. So, yes, this is a treasonous conspiracy that subverts the will of the American people because you look at the action. They manufactured a hoax. They manufactured these lies, published it as though it were true, propagated this through the media to the American people. And then what happened next? The Mueller investigation, years-long Mueller investigation was launched. You had 2 impeachments coming from Congress. You had a raid on President Trump's home in Mar-a-Lago by the FBI. You had smears and attacks and investigations, not only against President Trump, but against his family, his senior officials within his administration. You even saw the geopolitical impacts of this, where a whole sanctions package was passed against Russia by President Obama, specifically because of the thing that they claimed Russia did, but they actually didn't do in this case. This was a lie that was concocted by President Obama and his senior national security officials. And this January 2017 intelligence community assessment is that foundation for everything that came after. And I just want to point out again, I was in the White House press briefing room yesterday, and reporters saying, well, do you believe this or do you believe that? This is not about Tulsi Gabbard's beliefs or opinions or even allegations. Read the intelligence.
So, Sean, my position on this on a multitude of fronts has been I think this is obviously true. I think she's provided the receipts, but I also don't think we'll ever get a perp walk. There will never be arrests or handcuffs. Jonathan Turley has said he believes Brennan might be the most vulnerable to some sort of charges. But we also did a poll yesterday on the YouTube feed, what you care most about, Epstein, Obama, or lower interest rates and cheaper costs. And lower interest rates and cheaper costs was the winner. So what do you make of this?
Well, I am a Spygate, Obamagate, like diehard. This is the issue that got me mad enough in 2018 when I heard Bongino talking about it. I was stuck in traffic on the Tappan Zee Bridge. And yes, it is still the Tappan Zee Bridge. It is not the Mario Cuomo Bridge. Everybody in New York, when we drive under the sign that says Mario Cuomo Bridge, we put the finger out the window. So it's, that's the whole thing. It is still a Tappan Zee. But I was sitting in traffic, and I heard Bongino flipping out about this in 2018. And I said, this guy sounds like a loon. I mean, what is it? And then he brought, receipts, documentation, et cetera, and basically was way out in front of this 7 years ago. This is my why. This is my issue. I've got up on the wall the Epoch Times infographic with all the heads and all their connections to Spygate. It looks like, if you've ever seen the show Homeland when Carrie has all the stuff on her wall with the red, threads and all, that's what that looks like, right? So, I'm a nut when it comes to this. So I'm a little biased. This is my pet issue. It is something that I care deeply about. That being said, I also care about what things, how expensive beef is. I'd like a steak once in a while, not have to give my arm. Mm-hmm. So, but I don't think, with that, all that being said, this is not legally going to meet the threshold for treason. And a lot of people get mad at me when I say that. Oh, what are you covering for the deep state? I said, no, I don't know, read the treason statute, which is 18 U.S. Code section 2381. And the biggest distinction that, and the biggest qualifier and criteria that has to be met is that you have to adhere to an enemy or aid an enemy that is at war, like open war with the United States. And that just isn't happening right now. So, that's not what Obama did. The best thing that you're going to get is conspiracy, which is 18 U.S. Code section 371. You've got Clapper and Brennan, who both signed their names to the 51 Intel expert letter about Hunter Biden's laptop. And if you remember that they said that the laptop had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. My question is, why did they use Russia? Why didn't they say Chinese disinformation? Why didn't they say, another country? They went with Russia because it was a callback to 2016, the successful conditioning that they had put the American people through to falsely tie Donald Trump to Russia. This conspiracy to defraud the United States, exactly what that was. There were no ties. We found out now that Putin actually thought that Hillary Clinton was going to win the election and saved the damaging information that he had about her until after she won, except she didn't win. So I think the best case scenario is, conspiracy charges all around. Clapper, Brennan, Comey, potentially Obama. Obama's going to claim immunity. He may have immunity. A lot of the things that he's being accused of doing, he did while president. If it can be proven that those things were official acts, then he becomes immune to that. Mm-hmm. We have to live with it. It worked for Donald Trump. Yep. But I care a lot about this. But I also care a lot about the truth, and I don't like the sensationalism that's flying around. This, while socially and in conversation with friends, if we'd like to call it treason, I have no problem with that. But this is legally not treason based on what the statute says.
Can I ask you then because Tulsi Gabbard is a very, 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 very smart woman. Why would she call it? Why would she use that word if she knows they can't, it doesn't meet that definition?
Rile up your base?
I think she's doing it to basically convey the importance of what happened, right? Because if she sat there and said, and used the term, well, this was a conspiracy to defraud, blah, 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 blah. People are going to look at it and say, oh, okay, whatever. You hear the word treason and it catches your eye. This is very important. It is something that people need to understand. They got to understand what happened here. A sitting president orchestrated essentially a soft coup and election rigging. Okay, July of 2016, you have spies that are infiltrating confidential human sources. Stefan Halper is one of them, infiltrating the Trump campaign in an attempt to dig up quote unquote dirt that didn't exist to influence the 2016 election. And then they use that exact same, rumor about Russia to undermine his campaign, his presidency for the first 2 years and try to remove him from office and overturn an election that was free and fair. I mean, when Trump supporters say stolen election, they get ostracized or got ostracized for it. As the election deniers, these people denied an election for 4 straight. They used this to interfere in 4 straight election cycles. They used it in 16, obviously. They used it in 18 in the midterms because the Mueller probe was still going on. We just talked about how they used it in 2020 to discredit the Hunter Biden laptop. And there were still conversations about the Hunter Biden laptop in 2022. And they were only validated after that election cycle when CBS News came out and said, oh, yeah, the laptop is real. I mean, they used it 4 straight years now. Now they're using this, every time you see somebody make the accusation that Trump is Putin's puppet to, intervene and undermine U.S. foreign policy, that's the Russia hoax. Donald Trump has nothing to do with Vladimir Putin, right? So they're still using this. The reason why I think she uses the word treason, she believes this is a betrayal of the Constitution of the United States. That's just not what the treason statute says. The last time anybody in this country was successfully prosecuted for treason was a dual U.S. citizen who had dual citizenship in the United States and Japan in 1948. And this guy was convicted of giving material support to Imperial Japan during World War II, right? That's what you have to do to prove treason. But the conspiracy charge is still a felony. I just think she's using that word, and Trump is using that word, maybe at the hopes that there is treason, but to show the importance of what happened.
So in your mind, do you believe that somebody is going to go to jail for this? Do you believe that?
Well, it's going to be tough because you have to convict this person most likely in D.C. in front of a jury pool that is composed of people from a jurisdiction that voted 97% for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
That's going to be tough.
That's what I said yesterday.
And convicting on conspiracy charges is a little different. Treason's easier to prove if it happened, okay? So-and-so gave material support to country X, which is at war with the United States. You show the proof, they either confess, it's in front of 2 witnesses, it meets all the criteria, treason. This conspiracy thing, people this jury pool may just say, well, they were just doing their jobs, they were just following orders. Not a valid defense. Do I think people are going to go to jail? I don't know. Do I think people are going to be prosecuted? I do. The only problem is there's this obstacle we have to get over, which is the desk of Pam Bondi, which, once things go there, that's it. So we'll see what happens.
Moving on to the Epstein thing. Nick made reference to this earlier. Speaker Mike Johnson was speaking to Major Garrett on his podcast on Thursday, and he says he bluntly breaks with Trump and says the Epstein thing is not a hoax. Roll this.
And to the point, when the Trump Justice Department said there were more than 1,000 victims, for people who knew this case very, very well, did a lot of investigative work on it, that number surprised them. High number.
Yeah.
Meaning that to their minds, investigative reporters and others, there have to be accomplices, uncharged accomplices, and that aspect of justice is still missing.
Yes, and it's of great concern to us. I mean, we want full transparency. We want everybody who was involved in any way with the Epstein evils, let's call it what it was, to be brought to justice as quickly as possible. We want the full weight of the law on their heads.
But when the Justice Department said in that same 2-page memo, there's no reason to pursue further prosecutions, many said, how can those two things be properly aligned?
These are good questions. I don't know. I've never seen the Epstein evidence. It wasn't in my lane. But I have the same concern and question that a lot of people do. And look, I think the president
This is not a hoax, in other words.
Oh, it's not a hoax. Of course not.
So just to add a little new wrinkle, Axios just reported about 45 minutes ago, scoop, the DNC will target MAGA voters with ads about Jeffrey Epstein in a dozen GOP-held House districts at the start of the August recess. I just want to add a new commentary to this whole subject of Epstein and with what the Democrats are trying to do here. Not my style to tell them what won't work, but, I'll give my opinion anyway. Them targeting Republicans in primaries over Epstein won't work. Not going to work. Again, more sensationalism, more headlines, more juicy stuff that moves the needle in the media world, but for the average person out there that rejected the Democrats in the 2024 election because of things like kitchen table issues, if you think you're going to win them back in the primaries and Epstein is the reason, then they haven't learned a damn thing. That's what I would say.
I'll tell you what. I hope they do it because the
Do what?
midterms is all about motivating. The midterms is all about motivating your party's voters, and Epstein doesn't motivate the Democrats. There's only one thing that motivates the Democrats. What is it? Trump derangement syndrome. Impeach, impeach, impeach. That's what I'm saying about 2018 and the Russia hoax was they used that to run on impeaching Donald Trump to win the midterms. And that's one of the reasons why they were so successful in 2018. I hope they run that message, okay? Because if you think a MAGA voter is going to vote Democrat over Epstein, you're out of your mind. It's not going to happen.
True.
You know what? I think it's a huge strategic error. And I think the hoax that Donald Trump is talking about isn't necessarily that the files in themselves are a hoax. The hoax is what the left is trying to do and say how Donald Trump was tied to Jeffrey Epstein and that he was somehow, a part of the crimes that Epstein committed. That's the so to speak, hoax that I think he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and also, too, anybody that's associated with Epstein in the files, whether you want to go Trump on the right, Bill Clinton on the left, or anywhere in between, again, it does not mean that just because you were in his social circle that you are complicit in or guilty of anything that occurred on that island with minors. Now, you might have been aware and have heard through those social circles of what's occurring there. And look, if you don't speak up or speak out on that, that's something you have to live with on your own conscience, on your own mind when you go to bed each night. But again, I still believe three things. One, after speaking to somebody that's very well informed last weekend, Epstein did in fact kill himself. The guy told me he saw the autopsy report, longtime law enforcement official. He saw the autopsy. Epstein killed himself. I know a lot. I didn't even want to believe it, but I'm trusting him. Two, I don't think we're ever going to see these big names come out. And at the end of the day, it's not an issue that's going to decide elections. It's just not. No. I mean, it's not a top 10 issue for the average Tom, Dick, or Harry out there that spends 5 minutes a day consuming politics. It's an issue with us in the media because it drives listenership and people like that stuff. But, at the end of the day, economy, border, crime, wars, energy, there's probably 8 to 10 things that the average guy cares more about.
I just want to point that out too, Nick. You said something very important, is that just because you are in his social circle or you're in these files does not make you guilty of the worst things that Jeffrey Epstein did. And I like to make the hypothetical, like let's say you're mechanic, you take your car in for some service and you pay your mechanic and he's your mechanic. Well, your mechanic also happens to be a meth dealer. That does not make you a meth head by proxy, right? But unfortunately with Epstein, any name that's in there is now going to be guilt of the worst by association. And that's what the left is going to try and do to Trump. And that's what the right is going to try to do to anybody they don't like in these files, right? In these files. Whereas follow the evidence, okay? If somebody got a loan from Jeffrey Epstein, that doesn't make them a pedophile, okay? They chose a very strange, person to take a loan from, but maybe they didn't know, right? I don't know if my mechanic does drugs or deals drugs or does any of these. I have no idea. All right, we just had our roof done. I don't know if the people on my roof are supposed to be in this country or not. I just know I have a new roof, okay? That's it. I think it's important, and that's part of the reason why these files aren't going to get or aren't being released. That's one of the cases that's being made by those holding them back is that, well, we don't want to destroy innocent people because some of them on this list, Joe Schmo, who's like, oh no, I took a loan and now I'm going to be, associated with pedophilia. That's not fair to them. It isn't. I'm not saying I want the list covered up. If maybe we were a little more responsible, in terms of how people react to things. Remember, I always call back to December of 2024 when a certain segment of the population believed the nuclear bomb went missing in the United States and that drones over New Jersey were sniffing it out. And maybe if we were a little more responsible with how we receive and process information, we could have some nice things. That's all.
I think the entire Epstein case just shows us something about the media narrative. And when you think of Donald J. Trump as a celebrity, Epstein clearly went after high-profile celebrities. He sucked up to them. He offered, go on my plane. We have a charity. So in the celebrity world, there was something with Trump, and Epstein was at, one of his weddings. Well, it was in New York at an iconic venue with more than 1,000 guests.
So was OJ.
And so OJ was there. Rosie was at his wedding too. In the world of celebrity, and I think that's what we all have to remember. If somebody wanted to make a narrative about any of us, I mean, going back, how many pictures of people do you have with you at all the different events, all the charity events over all the years? It's a lot of people. And so
Jeffrey Epstein did say that Donald Trump was his closest friend. I mean, so let's not just pretend like they were acquaintances.
How many times in broadcasting do we say, "Oh, and my friend"? We do it all the time in our business. "Oh, and my friend so and so." You know what I mean? We do.
Let's not memory hole this whole thing.
No,
okay?
no, I'm not doing anything of the sort, Greg. I'm simply saying that it illustrates, as far as Trump and all of these biggity bigs, as I always say, New York to West Palm to Palm Beach, huge events. And because Trump and Epstein were at the same event, and maybe they did rub shoulders, but it wasn't like he lived at Mar-a-Lago. You know what I mean? That's absurd. But with all of that said, it shows you the media narrative. And this thing is not going anywhere. So I do believe that if they have full transparency and just say, hey, whatever you can expose it, go after, have full transparency. And the only other thing I'll say about this is just the issue of thinking about the media. Look at the media today. Look at the media every day. Look at the media, the fact that you played the other day, that they cut away from an official such as Tulsi Gabbard, whether you believe what she's saying or not, whatever. I've never seen a news conference like that with thousands of pages being released and declassified, and a major network like CNN that has the audacity to call themselves an objective news source cuts away from that live news conference, which is news, and then the anchor person has the audacity to question the authenticity and the actual truth within what's being released and basically call it bogus. So if you don't think that the media narrative here and what they're pushing forth, and I don't care if it's the Hunter Biden laptop or whatever it is, the bias in the media does matter, and they are doing everything in their power to snuff out the facts and the truth and tangible evidence of something really horrible that I believe will go down in history as worse than Watergate, which is what Tulsi's talking about. And they're elevating, on the other hand, this whole Epstein thing, which stinks, but goes way back to a stinky deal that was cut way back in 2007 that Trump has nothing to do with.
Sean, I don't know if because this all blends together, and I feel like we've talked about Epstein for 500 straight days. I know the times were different in the 90s or whenever these letters were allegedly penned. Does it seem odd to you? And now apparently there's a letter from Clinton to Epstein as well that, high-ranking, wealthy, alpha, legendary figures in the male community are sending other men letters for their birthday. I know we didn't have direct messages and FaceTime, 35 years ago. Doesn't that just seem odd to you? Like, I'm still trying to forget when you read the letter and it's like, well, he doesn't speak like that. He wouldn't write like that. The notion of penning another dude a letter for his 50th birthday, it seems weird, doesn't it?
No, I think in those times that was the thing to do, right? Like, I think that was Trump still sends people written things now. Yeah. I think we're so far away from that it kind of seems like it would be weird to do it now.
No, I think they still do it. I disagree.
Really? They still do it.
My husband has, when he was with Access Hollywood, handwritten notes from John Travolta.
Well, I got in trouble with it.
Right, with Travolta. But seriously, they still do it. They do it to this minute. They do video compilations. They do letters, and then you leather bind it because, quite frankly, what do you get somebody who has everything? What do you get Jeffrey Epstein, who's a multimillionaire who at the time was a financier? So what do? You buy him artwork.
Or a 14-year-old.
What?
Apparently, if you're Ghislaine Maxwell, you get him a 13-year-old girl, but that's
gross. But seriously, in the
Awful.
world of that's the thing that we all have to remember. This is the world of celebrity. So no, a leather-bound book with all of this different compilation, and that's why Trump is like it doesn't exist. Probably because I don't even think it looks like his signature. It might have been an assistant or what, or maybe Ghislaine just said, "Oh well, so and so didn't send it, so here's something, and we'll just."
So not
who's going to
only-
know? It's a private gift.
Not only do they appreciate the letter, they frame it and keep it like as a
totally.
Really?
According to a lawyer, that book, by the way, is still around, and it's at the Epstein estate in Florida. So I'm because the New York Times actually this morning just verified that they saw the letter. There's an excerpt that they
so what
pulled out.
So what? These things, I'm telling you, but what does it mean? There's no, in other words, you get, I had the guy, he was like, we're writing this thing about TV news, and can you write something? All of a sudden you have a thing in there. I just think sometimes if you have a gift or you have like whatever they're compiling.
Dawn, you're making my point. My point was, if you remember when this first thing came out, I said, A, I believe that it's authentic and Trump wrote it, but B, who cares? It's a birthday greeting from 2003. Who cares about it? You know what I mean? Like, we knew they were friends. So my point is more that they're not just saying that like it's not a who cares thing. He's saying it's like he never did it. He's suing Rupert Murdoch over that.
$10 billion.
Yeah.
So if this comes out and he sues that,
he's just saying, look, he's saying I never did it.
Okay.
I never participated. So did Ghislaine.
It's an odd reaction, isn't it?
Well, if you're Ghislaine and you're making up the book and you go, oh, so and they did, but we don't have one from so-and-so, so just do, who cares? Like, she's thinking, it's just a gift. It's a leather-bound thing. It's never going to, you know what I mean? It's never going to result in this. There's no evidence of who it is. I do think, who cares? I do think that.
Agreed.
But if Trump is saying, I never did this, and then he's suing.
That's what I have a problem with.
Why? If he didn't put it in there in 2003, then what does it matter?
Has the Journal shown a photo of either Clinton or Trump's actual letter?
No.
They have not.
No. Which is also
why
odd.
is that?
Yeah,
interesting.
But now other sources are independently verifying it. So I'm not
verifying that a book exists that claims to have actual letters that are actually from the people. Because let's say I'm doing a book for the memories of, what Greg Stocker created, right? Like Greg is going on to lead CBS out of the darkness. Let's just say this is happening.
I'm going
to go to Sean Farish, who might be a future, you know what I mean? Nick Kayal, you guys 10, 20 years from now might be leading big networks in the future.
No, I'll be dead in 20.
Okay. Seriously, it's a great gift. So everybody that's ever worked with Greg Stocker, I need you guys to write like a cool thing, draw a picture, show a picture of him, and I'm going to compile it. I'm going to take it one of those places, and they're going to leather bind it and go, we love you, and thank you for creating all this success, and you could have had like dogs do this or whatever. You know what I mean? But to like do that's a great gift. It happens. I know people do that.
Me too.
But let's say within it,
Yep.
let's say Nick Kayal is busy moving again into Atlanta, now his mansion, right?
On his next radio nomad adventure.
Right? And I go, oh, dang, he forgot to send me a thing. Well, I've got a signature. I'm just going to make a page and blah, blah. Who's going to know? Who's going to care?
He's doing middays in Scottsdale now.
No, but do you know what I'm saying? That very well could have happened.
Yeah.
So that's why I go like, who cares?
Right.
It doesn't prove anything.
Well, I think what people are trying to imply, and I have not read the full Clinton one. Phil just handed me the Wall Street Journal story, which is interesting. When you read the Trump one, I think what the Trump detractors and the Trump haters are trying to read between the lines is with some of the words. Like, is that code for, nobody's aware? Do we have, I want to just recite it after our next break if we can, because I'm trying to figure out again what the motive is. I don't think it proves anything, but I think like the far left that would love to see Trump go down buy this Epstein stuff.
He's not going to go down over this.
I know he's not.
It's ridiculous.
Do we have the, can somebody pull it up?
I'm sure somebody can.
Phil, pull it up. I need the Epstein letter from Trump.
Guys, this is the cut sheet. I have other cuts here that I want to talk about. There's look at this. I have binders and binders of pages.
Now, is that a binder from Pam Bondi?
It is.
Is that a binder from Karine Jean-Pierre?
We're going to get into
others. Or is that a
binder,
throwback binder from Mitt Romney, binders full of women?
By the way.
Or is that a binder from Staples with Back to School?
By the way, if I'm going to CBS, the three of you are coming with me. Dawn, talk to us about Chapman.
Thank you, sir.
Talk to us about Chapman.
Okay. My friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, Siding, Stucco Remediation, by the way, if you're thinking about maybe replacing your windows and doors, I want you to think about the Chapman family team. I've known them for years. They have done beautiful work on my home, whether it's a replacement or whether you're reimagining something like a wall of windows that you want to make doors or you want to open up a room. They really do it all. But I will tell you what they're offering, and this is why it's perfect for you to do this right now. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all, this is amazing, 20% off all siding. That means fiber cement siding, vinyl siding. Think about the choices. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've got you covered. And siding, this is not just a vanity project or a curb appeal project. This is to make your home more energy efficient, safer, because, of course, siding is a protective barrier that protects your home from all the harsh weather of all seasons. 30 years of experience, I can tell you they do impeccable work. They are so professional and they care. There is such precision as they do each project. Everything's in writing up front. There are no surprises. They go that extra mile to work with you. When I watch the Chapman family team, just the fact that they love their work, they enjoy it. And the guys, these are full-time guys who work at Chapman. They're proud to work for Chapman, and they take such pride in their work. That just shows. And by the way, they're all background checked. Take advantage of 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And they also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Don't put it off. 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
8:36, Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning. The cut sheet rolls on. Sean Farish with us from Tennessee, and we are just about 35 minutes out from another edition of Fight Club.
Fight Club. By the way, today is the day where you get to vote on the fight of the week. We'll do that about 9:15. So 9:15, we'll do fight of the week where you can vote on it. Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where you'll see all the videos and you can vote right there for the fight of the week. By the way, Sean Farish.
Yes.
Not to get sidebarred. Do the Jets have another quarterback injury?
No. It was just a dislocated toe.
Okay.
So we're okay.
Okay.
For now. I mean, Justin Fields is still our quarterback, so we don't know what that means. But, it's not Tyrod Taylor. And it's not Zach Wilson.
It's a good point.
So
it's a good point. All right. I got to get off the Epstein stuff.
Paul, question. What happens first?
Yeah.
Full transparency with the Epstein files, or the Jets get a franchise quarterback?
Full transparency with the Epstein files. Better win. What is this franchise quarterback you speak of?
I believe they called him Joe Namath back in the day.
Yeah. The reason why, just NASA, right? The reason why we were able to go to the moon, if, of course, you don't believe it's a block of cheese. I don't think it's cheese, because if it was cheese, Chris Christie would have eaten it already. But the reason why we were able to go to the moon in, I believe it was July of 1969, is because the Jets won the Super Bowl in January of 1969. NASA said if they could do that, we could go to the moon.
Love that. By the way, so you guys know the Savannah Bananas baseball team?
Yeah, they're the Globetrotters of baseball, basically.
So on Thursday, the Bananas player Robert Anthony Cruz was on CNN. He was at the CNN studio to promote an upcoming game. At the start of the segment, Cruz was on screen by himself as he began preparing for a backflip. The backflip didn't go exactly as he planned. You have to see this video, youtube.com/@1210WPHT.
Holy cow.
For those of you who can't, Nick Kayal, describe this. Roll this.
Backflip.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Face plant. He didn't stick the landing.
What you just saw there.
Can you rewind that? Can you rewind that? Because his best...
That sums up CNN for the last decade right there in the first 15 seconds.
Well said.
That's going to be, by the way, that's going to be a meme. That is going to be a meme.
Whoa.
The best thing is what he says when he falls. Roll this.
Oh, Jesus.
That
never happens.
Wow.
What you just saw there.
Wow, how dare you faceplant on Harry Eaton's platform.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Do you know how much that had to hurt?
Oh, man. He's like, oops, that never happens.
And look, Kate Boldan is laughing for the first time in the history of her broadcast career.
By the way, she said mid-flip, oh, Jesus, like she knew he wasn't going to land it, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Who's that other guy next? Is that
First thing CNN got right in years.
Thank you. Well said.
That's Berman, John Berman.
John
right?
Berman.
Yeah.
He tried to do the flip and he went right down.
By the way, in all seriousness, the Savannah Bananas, like if you have kids, is a really cool experience.
Yeah, they were just up at Coca-Cola Park in the Lehigh Valley where the Iron Pigs play.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. Chuck E. Cheese has been arrested.
I heard about
Which one? Chuck Schumer or the real Chuck E. Cheese?
No, the real Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese got arrested.
This happened in Tallahassee, Florida. I'm sure you guys are shocked about this. You can see for those who can't get over to YouTube, the bottom is the police officer putting the cuffs on Chuck E. Cheese with a bunch of kids around him, shocked.
State capital of Florida.
And then you see you see them putting him into the vehicle, taking his head off. Roll this. It's all visual.
Take the mask off.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
So you see one officer removing the big like paper mache mouse head, whatever. He's got the purple and green uniform, the white gloves,
Yep.
like the mouse wears.
He was arrested on multiple felonies, including credit card fraud and identity theft, per the Tallahassee Democrat.
He'll be Santos's cellmate.
George Santos likes a little Chuck E. Cheese, if you know what I'm saying.
Let me ask you guys.
Have you taken your children to Chuck E. Cheese? Both of you, Dawn and Greg?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I have not yet, but he's chomping at the bit to go. I got to ask you guys a question, and maybe because I'm in the thick of this, because my son is 5 and he loves Chuck E. Cheese. He loves to see them. Do you wait until like there's no kids there, and maybe you know what I mean, or do you have to act when you have to act?
Yeah, you just got to do it.
Act.
Yeah, it's traumatizing.
Yeah,
poor little Johnny is like, I saw Chuck E. Cheese get arrested.
Oh, it's traumatizing. Sounds like CBS News. Tom Homan's coming into churches and schools. We're get the illegals.
Oh, stop! I'm not.
That's the only thing that stinks about the Chuck E. Cheese story is that he wasn't an illegal.
I'll tell you what.
Like his name wasn't Alfredo Fernandez Martinez Rivera.
We took our girls in Nashville. There's one we were there in 2021. You know what? No, this might have been 2019. This might have been pre-COVID. I don't recall any masks. And I'm telling you, that's a tough day for a dad, whether you have boys or girls. Chuck E. Cheese you're there for a couple of hours with a bunch of 5-year-olds, skee ball and tickets and awful pizza, and there's not a lot of exit strategy
awful
there.
Pizza. You live in Pennsylvania.
Give me a break. The Chuck E. Cheese, just a bad venue.
Sean is an elitist pizza snob because he grew up on
100%. Yeah, once you've had Patsy's in Harlem, L&B Spumoni in Brooklyn, and by the way, Nunzio's Pizza Town and Brunello's down on Long Island, and Imperial, the best Sicilian slice you'll ever have anywhere. And shout out to Pepino Joe because he's a MAGA guy. Well, I don't know if he's a MAGA. He seems to be pretty based on Instagram. Pretty cool dude. You know, then you go to Philly and you get pizza at Wawa. You know, and I want to see you sacrificed at an altar.
Listen,
don't do that.
There's nothing wrong with pizza at Wawa.
It's better than Chuck E. Cheese. Put it that way.
There's an ad.
No.
There's an ad.
That's debatable.
It's the water. It's the water in New York that makes the pie.
Listen, it's the water. It's the grease. Yeah, it's all of that. You get lost. That's a man who's eaten a lot of pizza. Mike Francesa. That's a man who's
sloppy
eaten a lot of
Chris Christie.
Exactly.
All right,
Yes.
I have to play this because I saw this making the rounds early this morning on social media. This is 24, Phil. I don't know the authenticity of it. To be fair, I don't even know who this guy is. Do you guys know who Dehante Jones is?
Dahani?
No, Dahani was the Eagle.
Dahntai.
Dehante Jones. Yeah,
Yes.
he played at Duke back in the day.
He's the assistant coach, I guess, or for the Clippers, or he used to play for the Clippers.
Yeah,
He's an American professional basketball coach and former player.
Okay. I'm gonna guess he's maybe between Greg and I age.
Born in, looks like he was born in either late, looks like 1980, December of 80. So
he's my age.
That's what I was thinking. Yep.
All right. So this is just a visual. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. He's obviously in a hotel here.
Yeah.
You have to see what he does. This
looks like he's going to an elevator.
This should be punishable by death, honestly.
Okay.
Watch what he does. Roll this video, guys. See him?
Yep.
Checking doors.
Put his hand down his
grabbing his.
Oh no!
He scratched himself.
Yeah.
Sniffs.
No.
Wipes it on the wall.
Oh!
Wipes it on the wall.
Oh!
Gross.
Joe Biden is officially off the hook as the creepiest scratch and sniffer of all time. Dehante Jones.
Look at that! Look at that! Watch this again.
Yep.
Reaches.
Let me check. Did I shart?
That's under.
Under the crack.
Did I shart?
Smells it.
Yep.
Wipes the finger on the wall.
There is a skid, and then it's swipe, skid, sniff, and then smear.
Oh!
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up.
It's a bad look for a professional in any. I mean,
Wow.
you have to realize, dude, you're on camera everywhere. I mean, we have a camera in the Odyssey kitchen, for God's sakes,
We do.
to catch people who don't rinse their plate off.
It's true. We absolutely do.
And there's a sign: wash off your leftover eggs, kale, or it's 5 across the eyes.
That is reprehensible.
Yep.
That's brutal. What that is.
It is. And he's in a control. And he's in a controlled
What happened
environment.
if it was me?
All right.
By the way, I'm just like this video has been making the rounds online. I don't know the authenticity of it. It looks to be legit to me.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow.
Oh man.
Now, if
It's gone viral.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's a hotel or an apartment complex.
Yep.
Some security guy goes through it, looks at, maybe catches it live in real time. Has to be aware that he is, quote, a somebody, right?
Yep.
And then you leak that.
What do you?
How does he go to the locker room now after this?
I know.
They're gonna destroy him.
Right. Now imagine
They're all going to be scratching their rear ends in
Right.
the locker room, being like, "Oh, who am I?"
Imagine during a timeout, he pulls out the whiteboard with the Sharpie and he's drawing up a play, and you're like,
run away. I know none of them players are going to be high-fiving him on the thing. They're going to be like, no.
I love
I'm
too.
good.
I love too that he sniffed his own supply.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, everybody loves their own brand.
Right.
I have to
that's
admit.
George Carlin. George Carlin's joke, have you ever noticed that your own farts smell okay?
Yeah. Right.
He says, I'm going to do some reading in the closet.
I mean, we've all had that moment, right, where you're under the covers and you let one rip and you're like, that's not too bad.
To anybody who says they don't do that is lying.
Right.
You know,
Dawn's done
for
it.
a
She won't
fact.
admit that.
Never.
No, and that's what I'm saying.
No.
You know for a fact when it's bad,
It's
you
a
gotta
guy
find
thing.
out how bad it is. It's like a train wreck.
I'm told
you
that.
can't look away.
I was told that
Come on.
Stocker used to, when in kindergarten, Stocker used to eat his own boogers.
That's
Well,
not
that's
true.
different.
That's not true at all.
There was,
a booger is different than
dare you.
I'll tell you what.
reaching down,
Yeah.
digging for a nugget.
Reaching down and digging for a
Sniffing
nugget is
it.
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if you're laying in bed and you let
Right.
one rip.
Yeah.
You definitely have to know what the damage is.
This is a guy thing.
Yes.
I don't know
Absolutely.
why.
No, it's not a guy
It's a
thing. It is an
total
everybody
guy
thing,
thing.
and everybody. No.
Women don't
Everybody's
have the
guilty of
racing
what I'm
stripes.
saying.
No,
if liberal men did this, they could win an election. But they won't.
Women do not have. My mom called it racing stripes. Women don't have the racing stripes.
I'm not talking
It's
about
an
racing
anatomy
stripes. I'm
thing.
talking about. I know for a fact
Dutch
that
ovens.
there's got to be a woman who has sat there at some point in time and one day farted under the covers and lifted the cover to smell. I'm telling you that has happened. If you're telling me that people that is a unique to male thing, I'm calling BS on that.
Wait. This is a serious debate.
Uh-oh.
I'm talking about. Okay, I'm not talking about just the gaseous. I'm talking about nuggets.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm
and
not going down the
spackling.
Nugget Road.
Like spackling.
I'm talking about.
Okay, men spackle.
Oh yes, but I'm not saying that men don't spackle, and I'm not accusing women of spackling. They hang drywall too. I'll tell you what. But look, I'm saying the self Dutch oven.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Not unique to men.
No.
True.
Yes! Sean Farish! Yes!
No, that's true.
Thank
I'll
you.
Confess. to
Thank
this.
you! Sean Farish! Thank you, buddy.
I'll confess.
You've
to
done
the-
something I haven't been able to get Dawn to admit in 10 years.
No,
It's
I'll
amazing.
confess to the gaseous. You can't see it, would you? But I was referring to the nuggets and the spackling and the racing stripe.
Yes.
Have you guys ever
Come on.
seen that meme or GIF
What
on
a day.
X with George Bush?
The greatest ever. Yes.
Parrish, have you seen the meme of George Bush where he's standing around and he's looking serious and then he just starts turning his head and he starts to grin and smile? Like, there's no doubt that would apply to this conversation.
100%, 1,000%.
All right. Can we talk about how the public flying is like taking the bus? Because I hate it. I hate it. I hate it.
These stories come up every week.
Every week, and every time I see a video, people send them to me now because they know how I feel.
Well, we
about
have
flying.
Fight Club. We should do Flight Club as well.
Oh, yeah, good idea.
Yeah, maybe Spirit can sponsor this.
You look at this, it just looks like the seats are so close together. Everybody's just, huddled in together, and there's people yelling. It's hot because there's no air going through. All right, let's Phil, let's roll this. Go.
My daughter got epilepsy. My daughter got seizures. I don't give a how y'all feeling about this. I will go to jail about my daughter.
Can you imagine?
That looks like Frontier to me.
You're just trying
See
to
those seats?
You're just trying to get to Savannah, Georgia. And then you have to deal with this.
Yeah.
She got mad because I said she had a wig on.
Look at that finger in the air.
They're arguing over wigs, by the way.
Wigs?
Yeah.
Over wigs?
Yes.
Just take a melatonin and fall asleep on the plane.
I'm going to jail if I don't.
Again, once again, we're giving people the option to comply.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, this is an officer that's trying to get this belligerent thing off of the flight.
You know, just pause this for a second. I had a thought. You know how back on, and I hate to compare this to a tragedy, but you know how back when we hear all the stories about 9/11, how the everybody that was flying stormed the cockpit. Was that United 93, I believe,
Yes,
that
yeah.
ultimately
93,
crashed?
yeah.
You know, we need to unite again as Americans on flights, and when low-life scumbags are holding everybody up, the hell with, you know, these flight attendants, the hell with security, the hell with the cops. 10, 12, 15 of us, we just all gather around the loud, obnoxious one, and we drag their ass right off the flight.
I'm all for it.
All for it.
By the way, Tom Walsh is there heading to a Carnival cruise. Exactly. It's like they take the SEPTA bus to the plane.
To Spirit.
To the Carnival cruise.
To the Carnival cruise.
It's like from Walmart.
Right.
Waffle House at 3 a.m.
Offer $700.
Right.
It's a trip of a lifetime.
Oh God, I don't. This is my worst nightmare. Being trapped on here.
Yep.
You just want to get from point A to point B, and there's these belligerent people just yelling, not complying.
I've got to imagine, you know, Winnebagos and these big vans, and the sales have to be off the charts right now. Like, why fly to Florida anymore or Savannah, Georgia, and deal with this when you can just see the country and get in a big RV?
I gotta say, they're not a sponsor on our station. They should be, but they are a sponsor on our sister stations, so I'll give them a plug anyway. Camping World, get an RV. Just get an RV. Yeah, it's good bonding time with the family. Get an RV.
And who drives it?
Me, of course.
Yeah, we need to do, Camping World needs to get on board with Kayal and Company.
Yes.
And we will do a cross-country. You know what we should do? We should go across the country at various stops. We coordinate it with different diners. We sell the diners, and we do a broadcast each day from a different location.
I'm telling you guys, I can see this. We'll go to Florida, pick up Tony Bruno. We'll go to Tennessee, pick up Sean Farish.
That'd be fun.
We'll do a Kayal and Company
bus tour.
Yes.
Bus tour.
Yes.
Let's do it.
All right, 853 sales. Who's listening?
I mean, come on, let's go, Skopinich. I give you all these ideas. I mean, one of them has to hit. By the way, too, this is not, and I don't want to do this for the sake of the show. Well, that's part of it. I just wanted an extended break away from the wife and kids. I'll just say, hey, I'll be back in like 6 weeks. It's like Daddy's getting deployed. Road trip for the old man.
No, they're all coming.
No, I don't want them to come.
It'll be a family thing. I'll bring my wife and kids. Dawn will bring Larry and the boys. You'll bring your...
All right, if Larry and the boys, then okay.
We'll kill each other by Delaware.
Imagine Stalker driving the Winnebago.
No, I would blow my brains out.
Farish is in the riding shotgun. He says, "Hey, Greg, you want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?"
Well, listen, don't test me. I'll do it.
All right, a little bit more of this. Like talking about pressing charges, like it's just gross.
Just break the window already.
But like, what's this guy supposed to do? He can't drag her off the plane, can he?
Well, what is she in violation of doing? Just being unruly?
Yeah. When you're an unruly scumbag like this on a plane, like you're disrupting.
Right. And now you hear other people starting to talk, so everybody's getting exasperated. I bet you this went on for a good half hour.
Yeah.
Just awful.
This is a person you feed to the jet engine outside the plane.
Yeah.
I hate flying. I will always play videos of why I hate flying, and that is Exhibit Q.
Ma'am, I'll give you a Bloody Mary and a bag of pretzels if you just shut the hell up.
Yes.
Fight Club, guys, coming up at 9:10, and then where you can go over to youtube.com right now to vote, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where you can go right now to vote on the fight of the week. We will do that at 9:15.
Back after this.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by Zenwork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Get ready for
Your workouts will.
Stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, 9:02, final hour on a Friday. Sean Farish is with us. The cut sheet rolls on, and Fight Club coming up in 8 minutes. And then the fight of the week, your chance to sound off and vote at 9:15.
Yeah, get on over to YouTube right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons, where you can vote. We will do from 9:10 till about 9:20. Make sure you're over there because we will play today's fight, and then we will vote and play all the other fights of the week, and you can vote on which was the best fight for this week. I'm dying to get Sean Farish's reaction to this because I know he's been very vocal about this on Twitter. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife Brigitte have filed a defamation lawsuit against Candace Owens over claims that Brigitte was a man. Brigitte Macron says she was not born a man and is traumatized by Owens' comments. Well, so then Candace Owens poured gasoline on the Macron lawsuit, straight up telling Brigitte this. Roll this.
You were born a man and you will die a man. That's the point I'm making. So give us a sample. I'll send my doctors to take your blood. Figure it out real quick, however you want to go about this. Hey, how about just giving us some pictures again of you growing up, raising your children? That would be fine. For whatever reason, to phone, by the way, like I said, we'll get to the bottom of it. All right, that is what Discovery is for. I'm going to ask a lot of questions.
So she doubled down on the fact that she's being sued for defamation. And she's doubling down on and Sean, forgive me if I'm wrong, but they did send her proof, right? Like pictures and all kinds of stuff that shows that Brigitte Macron is in fact a female.
Well, according to the lawsuit and the filing, yeah, they sent her proof. But you have to understand something. Proof doesn't mean anything to an idiot. Okay, so Candace Owens has never been wrong a day in her life, according to Candace Owens.
Yeah.
So. This reminds me 100%. And people get so mad when you don't go with the sensational narrative.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say it right now. This whole thing from the day the story broke to now has been the single dumbest story I have seen on the internet regarding Brigitte Macron. First of all, who cares? Second of all, the surgery would have happened 52 some odd years ago. Third of all, it doesn't matter. Third of all, she's going down this Alex Jones road of, the kids are crisis actors and nobody died. And then all of a sudden, this is not a male. I'm saying it right now. Brigitte Macron is a woman. She's an ugly woman.
Very ugly.
But ugly does not make you, a male. Now, this is the problem, because you have the legal experts all over the internet. It's a free speech. It's not free speech. Defamation is not protected by free speech.
Amen.
There is a case, all right? It was the Curtis Publishing Company versus Butts case in 1967, which it's a fascinating case. I learned about this a few days ago when looking up this, Candace Owens thing. The Saturday Evening Post, which was published by Curtis Publishing Company, ran an article that alleged that Wally Butts, the former University of Georgia football coach, And then athletic director had conspired with Alabama coach Bear Bryant to throw a game. He got third-hand information from an insurance salesman who claimed that he heard the conversation on a crossed phone line. It wasn't true. It wasn't verified. And this is what set the precedent for public figure defamation cases in the United States. Okay? What this said, and this is from the ruling, quote, Curtis Publishing had been anxious to publish an expose and had thus wantonly and recklessly seized on a questionable affidavit from Burnett. And what this case finds is that if you get information about a public figure, okay, and you have a platform, i.e. what Candace Owens is doing, and you publish that information with reckless disregard for the truth. You don't have to believe that it's the truth. You just have to be reckless about it. Everyone's saying, oh, if Candace believed it, it wasn't defamation. That's not true. If Candace, she didn't, obviously, if it is proven that Brigitte is not a man, which is probably going to be very easy to do, if it is proven that, then all it's going to take is that did Candace Owens do this with actual malice? And actual malice, as set forth by this Curtis versus Butts case in 1967, is if you are a publisher, a content creator, etc., and you publish this expose for monetary gain, for profit, for attention, for in today's terms, clicks, views, engagement, exposure, virality, etc., and you do it with disregard for the truth, it is actual malice, and you can be held liable for defamation, even if it's a public figure. For everybody who wants to come out there and use the lazy talking point, well, the Macrons just lost the case in appeal in France. They did not lose that case. They did not lose that case on Brigitte's biology. They lost that case because the people that they sued were found by the court to have not done it with malice. In other words, they were publicly circulating rumors, and they weren't doing it for monetary gain. Candace Owens sold shirts and merchandise over this story.
She profited.
She's
off
now
it.
doubling down.
Yep.
She profited off of it.
Yep.
She's gotten the attention. Candace Owens is going to lose this case.
Yep.
And I'm here for it because listen, I'm no fan of the Macrons, but this case is defamation of character. And by the way, kudos to Macron, okay, and the wife for saying that being called trans is defamation. I love that. That's number one, okay, because right. And then number two, perhaps Candace Owens got the wrong, Macron. I think it's more likely that Emmanuel Macron's a woman.
Be careful.
Does he sit when he pees?
He sits when he pees.
I would say,
I've seen it happen.
The only thing I'll say about it is because they're famous people, as you know, when you're a famous person, the standard goes up. And so if Candace says, if she says, well, this was all entertainment, I was saying this for entertainment value, and they're famous people.
That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't entertainment because that is her brand. She's a content creator.
But it's hard to prove. It's hard to prove that extra step when you're a famous person.
It's like
right?
It's one thing, in
case,
America.
Though,
yeah.
But this case, this Curtis Publishing case, specifically set the precedent for the public figure aspect of defamation. This is the case, and this case, this 1967 case, also played a role in the Dominion lawsuit versus Fox News case, where the court basically found that Fox News put forth all these claims about Dominion because it played well to their viewers and it captured audience attention. And this is what Candace is doing.
Do you think this is going to happen here in America, though, with the whole Michelle Obama, Big Mike stuff? I mean, drawing the line between entertainment value and memes versus for-profit?
Because memes, fair game. Nobody's profiting. In other words, making their living or monetizing. Nobody has produced up to this day, I don't know about it, a docu-series about Michelle Obama and Big Mike and this whole thing, right? Everyone makes jokes about it, but I haven't seen the docu-series. Candace Owens made an entire docu-series about this issue and then merchandised it, right?
Yeah.
So like this is, and all you need to prove actual malice, which is what you need to win these defamation cases, is what was set forth, the precedent that was set in the Curtis Publishing case in 1967. If you did it for monetary gain, personal attention, etc., you can be held liable. All right, it says here, the exact context from the ruling. A public figure may recover damages for a defamatory falsehood if the publisher acted, quote, with highly unreasonable conduct constituting an extreme departure from the standards of investigation and reporting ordinarily adhered to by responsible publishers. Okay?
Yep.
If Candace Owens runs a docuseries and then monetizes it and it comes out, let's say it comes out in court, verifiable proof that Brigitte Macron is not a man, she's done. It's the only way she wins is if Brigitte Macron's actually a dude. The only way.
Maybe Sean said this, or forget, the Macrons are actually represented by Claire Locke, who also worked on the Dominion voting systems case.
This case is already over. This case is already over. I didn't make that point. I didn't know that, but this case is already over.
By the way, Sean, I'm going to have to take you to task because the Home Wreckers Rock on the YouTube chat says he's heading to listen to a guy with literally a 0.0 share right now because we lost him because we're not siding with Candace Owens. So
Go away!
So because we didn't acquiesce to your delusions, you're going to go listen to another loser. That's fine. So I mean, look,
talk about.
We're seeing the real taste of this individual. By the way, he's a fan of Candace and a fan of some other loser, so that's the way that goes, right? Taste ain't his thing.
I love you,
if he's married, I guarantee you the person looks like Brigitte Macron.
If you're not pissing somebody off, you're not on this show.
Yeah. He probably thought the crisis actors existed at Sandy Hook too.
I mean, I'm gonna just for the sake of it, I'll disagree with you, Sean, because even though I wish the celebrities had more rights, for people, when you're a celebrity or a nationally famous person, as Brigitte Macron is, I've covered these things over the years. It's really, and I know they have one of the best lawyers. It's really, really, really tough to make these charges stick. And so
I agree.
Because of free speech and because of what we do and the value of entertainment. And so basically what they say, look at Trump. He's a good example of somebody. They say stuff that's really horrible about him.
He won the rapist case. And I'll tell you this, you're not wrong that it's hard to prove. My counter to that is that Candace Owens is making it very easy to prove that she's doing this out of malice, right? Because she just came on the screen and said, you were born a man and you will die a man. If Brigitte Macron is not a man, it's over, right? Yeah. So,
do we know what is a man? Define a man, define a woman. They'll play Katanji and say,
that's
define
fine.
it.
She can't define it.
That's totally fine.
Do we know
maybe that'll be the silver lining of this case is that we'll get biology will be in court precedent, right?
Maybe Candace Owens is actually playing 3D chess and is trying to expose all of this.
That's 5D
Candace Owens couldn't play 1D chess. Okay?
All right, we have to go. Come on.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
Thank you, Jimmy Kayal.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights.
They do.
Equal rating.
Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on.
You got knocked the out, man.
Yeah.
Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority you. Visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring Fight Club, because we know fights equal ratings. According to July week 1, fights do equal ratings, if you know what I mean. By the way, EKZ says he's more upset about Sean's pizza take than he is about his take. So.
Nobody's perfect.
All right, let's go to Friday's fight. This is the Friday version of Fight Club. This happened. It's two females. Looks like there's a bike involved. It looks like one is.
Was this on the way to the Jersey Shore?
Somebody was speaking to somebody else's man, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Speaking to my man.
Leave my boo alone.
Leave my boo alone. All right, roll this film.
Yep.
Look at a kick, a punch.
Yep. Drop the phone already, honey.
Oh, Jesus.
The girl in the pink dress is not. Oh, now she's really not fighting.
Oh, there we go. Oh, down she goes.
That's it. There comes the ref. Whoa. Who's that just stepped in there?
Where does this happen with all these beautiful women?
Phil, I don't care about the fight anymore. Just go to the end. Freeze it right there. Is that Hulk Hogan's daughter?
That's Brooke Hogan.
Is that Brooke Hogan? Jeez.
Wow. Look at that.
Oh, my goodness.
Was that even a fight? The first woman is the aggressor. The girl who's much smaller in the pink dress.
Yeah.
Doesn't even seem to fight back. She even defensively tries to kick her away.
She's still holding her phone. She's carrying a purse.
She tries. But roll it.
And you got to drop all the accessories when somebody throws at your face.
Roll it one more time for the backbenchers. There we
Yeah.
go. Oh, one,
Right
two,
there,
three.
she needs to know it's go time.
4, 5, 6, 7.
And she's on a
8,
10-second
9,
delay.
10, 11.
Yep.
Down she goes.
The hair whip.
12. She tries to fight back. She
Defensively tries to. And now
there she goes. And then,
but she's
wow, look at that. Oofa.
Holding on to the
my
hair.
God.
Oh, my
I mean,
my.
that bigger girl, woman,
Yeah.
she's a woman with like gray,
Candace
gray
thinks she's a
hair.
man.
But I don't know. That was like a bully beatdown.
Yeah.
The girl in the much smaller, petite girl in the pink dress
Yep.
is like basically defensively trying to. She's not really fighting.
No, it's the
That
same
fight
way.
was over a dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, allegedly. That's what the internet tells me, and I believe everything I see on the internet.
Right.
So
Well, the dude likes the girl in the pink dress who's just like, yeah, look at you, look at me. Like, I won.
Yeah.
I don't need to fight you.
all right, so This Is Fridays. This is Fridays. The two chicks fighting over the dudes. So let's do the rest of the week with the
Kayal and Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fights equal rating.
Thank you, Jim Kelly. All right, let's start with Monday. If you guys don't remember, Monday was the ICE protesters against the. This happened on the Ohio-Kentucky bridge.
Mm-hmm.
The police just destroying this guy, destroying him.
Yep.
Ice.
I haven't
Ice,
seen the
baby.
Reds beat down that bad since last night. Wow. There, look at the machine gun left type.
Yeah. ICE. So the ICE agent, or no, it's not an ICE agent. It's a local police officer.
Yeah, these
against
were
an
ICE
anti-ICE
protesters. Yep. It was a good way to start the week.
Yep. Tuesday was the dorm room. I don't know if you guys remember this one. This
that's
happened
right.
in the dorm room. Two guys who were basically MMA. Look at this. This is like look at that.
They're doing their own fight club.
Yeah, this is This
Like
is
professional.
Yeah, this is an actual fight club.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this is actual.
Guys standing on bunk beds, filming. Yep.
This looks like two almost
Oh.
amateur
Oh.
MMA
Oh.
guys or wrestlers or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Boom.
Now, this doesn't look like it was over a disagreement or anything.
No.
Right? This looks like this was like a dorm room sanctioned event.
Yes.
Like they shook hands. Like
Yeah.
I believe they went out for a beer afterwards.
Well, that's
Streaming
a good,
live on Peacock.
Well, no, Sean has an interesting point. Go back to the last one, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
Sean has an interesting point about this. Like, was this an actual fight, or were these guys just working
Was this
on
a sparring match?
Sparring.
Were they working on? I mean, there's some punches landing.
Yeah.
Nothing serious, but like
I'd have to hear audio to see if anybody's really talking trash, if there's any, negative build up to this.
that little white dude is really he's good.
Yeah, both are wearing joggers though. Not a fan
And then
of
they
the
get
jogger
the
look.
TKO here.
Yeah.
The ref called it,
Yeah.
said no more.
Yeah. The end makes me think that it wasn't a
Right.
sanctioned thing. All right. Wednesday was the ladies on the curb.
Oh, I love this one.
Ladies on the curb to that one. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yep. Fit
Right.
chick.
Oh my
Yep.
goodness.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
in her face.
Yep.
Right in her face. And then she gets up. She goes like, nope. I need more. I
Oh,
need
my.
more.
She's fighting in slow motion.
Yeah.
This
Oh man! Drags her down to the curb.
Give
Yep.
me my Sephora. How my daughters go at it over lip gloss.
Wow. This
Look at
girl
that.
in the shorts
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
Yeah.
she's skilled.
She
Yeah,
is.
she has some skill.
Yeah, she has some skill. And then Thursday, Sean, was the Bravo TV star who went into Walmart and fought a woman with a bag of rocks. She had a bag of rocks in a sock, and she just, you could see the blood on the floor.
Yep.
So this is a former Bravo TV star, Sean.
That poor Coke refrigerator.
This happened
Is this
at
in Tennessee?
yes, it's in Nashville.
I heard about this.
Yeah, at a Walmart there.
Farish, I'm willing to bet this is the one on Nolensville Pike right as you get off of 24 and you go up towards where you can go down towards Williamson County, or you can make a right onto Nolensville Pike, right at Old Hickory Boulevard, if that rings a bell. That would not surprise me if it's that Walmart.
It wouldn't shock me if it was the one in Hermitage either. But
Yes.
someone got shot in that parking lot a couple years ago.
Yep.
All right, so let's vote, shall we? Phil, put up a poll, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can go over there right now and vote on the Fight Club top 5. We have the anti-ICE protesters on Monday. We have the dorm room on Tuesday. We have the ladies on the curb on Wednesday. We have the Bravo TV on Thursday, and Fridays was the what do we play today? Oh yeah, the women, the women fighting over my man. All right, the poll is up. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Go there right now and vote. Nick Kayal, which one are you voting on?
I'm going to go recency bias, and I like the 2 slams that we saw today. I'm going to go with the Friday chick fight.
Friday chick fight for Nick Kayal. Dawn Stensland, which one are you going for?
Dorm room.
Dorm room. You're going to go for the dorm room fight. That was Tuesday. Sean Farish, which one are you going for, my friend?
I'm going to go with the hometown throwdown in Walmart there.
Walmart.
Nashville, Walmart. I see Walmart always wins in my book. It's,
Yep.
tough to overcome.
I am, and I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time Sean and I have been on the same page. I am also on the Bravo TV Walmart. That was the Thursday. You can go vote right now. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Wow, there's a clear favorite right now.
It's amazing how Walmart's become the ECW arena.
And Waffle House.
And Waffle House.
Let's see if there's anything I want to get to before. Oh, can we hear Randy Weingarten yell real fast?
Yeah, she's back, flailing.
Just as a way to wrap
I
up
thought
the
she
cut sheet for
stepped
the week.
aside. Didn't she leave her post at the American Teachers Federation?
Dawn?
I thought
or she's supposed to.
I thought I had that a couple of weeks ago in a story.
All right, let's
Good to see her back.
Let's hear Randy.
That education is a
goes.
national goal and a national
Look at her
priority.
bounce.
Why does
And
she
instead
bop
of
around when she yells?
dismantling education, this has nothing to do with whether local school boards or school districts should run education. We believe they should. But it says this is a national priority.
There it goes.
Our students are a national priority. Education and public education and higher education is a national priority. If we want to be nation builders, if we want to have a future in this country, this is a national priority. And that means our teachers and our paraprofessionals who are the ones who teach kids, they must be a national priority too.
It always seems like she's on a pogo stick, doesn't she?
Yeah, she's bouncing around.
Yeah, we could talk about
By the way,
it.
she stepped down. She stepped down from the DNC, not the AFT
That's what it
position.
was. That's what it is.
A month ago.
You know, we could talk about Epstein. We could talk about Obama officials. You know what? If the gods came to me and said, Nick Kayal, you get one person to take a perp walk, one person to be cuffed. Give me Randy Weingarten.
Yeah.
Give me Randy Weingarten for the politics she played with our kids, where she said one thing publicly and the emails exposed another thing. And because she would throw a hissy fit beyond belief. You think people will act unruly on a plane? Could you imagine Randy Weingarten with cuffs on her? I'd pay
bouncing around.
I would pay $100 to see it.
Yeah.
Only 100?
By the way,
That's all I have.
By the way, guys, people are asking where the poll is. You have to. There's something wrong with YouTube today, where it's like the watching thing is not updating, so you have to actually refresh it to see the poll. And yes, we know Fridays isn't on the poll. We can only do 4. I don't know why 4. If you vote on Fridays, just put Friday in there, and we'll tally you up. So we'll see. Just put Friday in the box. youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring Fight Club, and that is what I have for the cut sheet.
All right, Sean Farish, you have a great weekend, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you next week.
See you,
Got
man.
it. Sean. There he is, Sean Farish, live from Tennessee. We'll come back, get to a big 3 from Dawn, and then the Friday bells and whistles, including the results of Fight of the Week. Stay right there.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucson's, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, what a day. What a week. Kayal and Company, 9:33 here on this Friday morning. Already up to over 82 degrees, I believe. Gonna be a hot one today. Yeah. Stay hydrated. As Dawn would say, throw on some SPF.
Yes.
Can't get skin cancer. Drink lots of fluids as well.
By the way, the poll is still up. Voting is hot and heavy. We will give the results before the end of the program today. Vote for fight of the week. Yes, I know we couldn't put Fridays on there because we can only put 4 because low energy YouTube polls. So if you like Fridays, just put Friday in the chat and I will count it. I have already tallied up the Friday counts, so I know about where we're at.
Okay. Very good. Same thing with X, by the way. X only gives you 4 options for a poll.
Ridiculous. How dare you?
Be able to put as many as you want in there.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons while you're there. We are over 300 likes, which is nice. Can we do 400? Can we get 400 likes? Come on.
Give it a rest.
Come on. Sorry.
Enough already.
Sorry.
God, it's Friday.
By the way, Susie Cool tweeted us. She says this is my son too. She says their 4-year-old granddaughter Nicolette loves to go to Chuck E. Cheese, but she's deathly afraid when Chucky comes out to visit with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
My son is like that too. He doesn't like anything in anything in costume. He hates.
Big Bird.
Yes.
Sesame Place. Yeah.
I'm thinking her instincts are spot on now. I agree because we don't know who's underneath those masks.
Mascots are all pedophiles.
Kids have instincts like dogs have instincts. Kids have instincts. They're like, nope. Who's the creep underneath that mask?
Plus, they're stinky.
Yeah.
Those costumes get really smelly and sweaty.
Yeah.
I also don't trust clowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a clown in kindergarten at kindergarten graduation that cracked an egg on my head.
Oh, it's hideous.
And I never recovered.
It's horrendous. Cracked an egg on your head?
Yeah, his name was Balloons the Clown.
Oh, boy.
The real creep.
Ugh.
Wasn't that...
That's nasty.
Was that an Uncle Buck?
Yes.
Yeah, so, Susie Cool, I'm on the same page with you. My son hates that, too. He hates them.
Oh, my
costumes.
God. Did you see Newman Price did a Kayal bald
Oh, it's
run.
up there. It's up there, Dawn.
Oh,
There
my
it is.
God.
Look on YouTube.
We're one step ahead of you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The most creative audience in radio. I know
Oh,
I
my
give you guys
God.
grief, but you
Yep.
guys are the best audience in radio. All of radio. Look at that. The Kale
So
bald
good.
run instead of the cannonball run.
Yes, I'm holding a cigar. Stocker's got a bow tie and a martini. And then Dawn looks like Dawn.
Dawn, Nick, Greg.
What is that?
Who is that?
Dawn, what is that picture of you from? That doesn't look like you
Is that your CBS 3 headshot?
That
Fox 29?
That's a Fox 29 headshot.
Look at the guy down in the bottom right corner. Looks like Sabu.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
So
All right.
All right.
Morning mystery movie clip with Jimmy Kelly is on the way. And another chance to scoop up a final pair of Dave Matthews Band tickets for the show. But it's tonight. So if you can't go tonight to Dave Matthews Band,
Oh, God.
don't call in.
All those smelly hippies. Can you
We don't
imagine?
care how good your movie knowledge is. If you can't use the tickets, throw your phone in the skookle.
All those smelly hippies in the 95-degree heat.
Yes.
Plus, smells of BO and weed. and stale beer.
Yeah. Plus today in music history as we get ready for this week in music history with H.R. Almquist.
Satellites.
And of course a preview of the Dawn Show. But right now Dawn's got some news. 9:37, Big 3 with Dawn Stenson.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, police making an arrest of one suspect. These are called distraction burglaries going on. And this morning we're learning more about it. Abington Police, our friends at Abington Police, they say that 43-year-old Ephraim Frank of Runnymede, New Jersey, was extradited to Montgomery County to face these charges. Investigators saying that a suspect would lure homeowners outside by offering, let's say, cheap tree work or something of that nature, while an accomplice went inside, went through the back, ding, 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 sneaks around the back, steals money, steals jewelry. And so it happened in Abington, and we're looking at, did it happen in other suburbs? Apparently, it also happened on Knights Road in Northeast Philadelphia in a neighborhood. So police now searching for that second suspect.
Oh, man. So they go to your door and say, we're in the neighborhood doing tree, because I get this stuff too now, which makes me suspect of it. We're in the neighborhood doing tree work. Your maple out here looks like it could use some trimming. Since we're here and we have the equipment, I could do a good deal for you. Are you interested? And then somebody comes along the back and rifles through your belongings.
Exactly.
Wow.
So, hello, why do you answer your door for a stranger? Do not answer the door.
Yeah.
Somebody comes to your front door, and you don't know who it is. Why would you go open the door and talk
Especially
to
in
that
this day and age where a lot of people have their Ring doorbell cams.
Exactly.
Because I'm friendly and I trust people. And
It's like my husband. He's
can-
like, oh, whatever. It's like,
I
no.
can handle myself.
Well, Larry has a conversation with the guy
Oh,
at the
yeah.
porch, yeah.
I'm like, don't
I can
answer
handle
the door.
Larry's fine. Larry's 6'4". He can handle himself. No, nobody's gonna mess with your husband, Dawn. Nobody's gonna mess with him.
Moving forward, every time that when we get into the new place, if the front door, somebody knocks or rings, I'm going to immediately go down to the back basement patio, lay on the floor with a rifle, like Kevin did in Home Alone, and slide it out through the little dog door and just wait for somebody to try to come in my back door.
Timbo says, "Damn, Greg disparaging the working man." No, I'm not disparaging the working man.
He tips the working man.
I love the working. I need the working man because I am not one. I'm not disparaging at all. I'm talking about the criminals who try and steal from you.
And let me guess, they go to these neighborhoods that are presumably have properties owned by elderly women, in their 50s, 60s, or 70s that are
Not
vulnerable.
necessarily, Nick.
No?
They're just going neighborhood, and they think if somebody's wealthy and they have a lot of stuff.
I could see this being a mainline thing. Did you report? Was that
Abington.
Okay, yeah.
And in the Northeast.
Yep.
So different across the region. If that has happened to you, check your Ring doorbell, like you said, or your doorbell cam. We also had a very serious, if you're headed to AC, headed down the shore, a bad accident, eastbound lanes of the AC Expressway.
No.
So it's all backed up. They're reporting that one, guys.
This is why we bike.
Yeah.
I was just going to make a bike joke.
Sorry. I didn't
So
mean
that's,
you beat me.
I don't have injury reports, but it's a very bad accident. So we got that going.
How's 76 West looking?
Stop! No. In fact,
we're going till 10:30 today.
We have to meet today. You're not running out of here.
We got to meet about what?
I don't know.
So as President Trump departs for Scotland and the big Scotland trip, and as Ghislaine Maxwell is interviewed again today, we are under a heat dome. Not the Iron Dome, not the Golden Dome. It's a heat dome.
I wonder if he's golfing in Scotland while he's over there.
Well, what do you think?
I would.
Yeah, you know he is.
Okay.
So
they don't super like him in Scotland. So
Scotland,
he's not super popular over there.
Should bring Scotty Scheffler with him.
No, he's not.
So he still has a golf course there, though, right? Yeah. One of his properties.
Yeah, there's a Trump. Yeah.
Well, they're the ding-dings that I have in-laws that are Scottish, so I have to be careful. But
by the way,
they're the ding-dings that they voted
Yeah.
to keep the king and keep the British family and keep paying the monarch and whatnot.
And
Why? What is the matter with you?
And they wear skirts, too.
Oh.
And while we're at it with Trump and
They're
golf.
fun to party with.
You know, for all the people that have a Trump golf membership in this audience, and there are plenty of them, thank you for bringing me to, Trump Philly. Where's the Bedminster invite? All right, I've played Trump Philadelphia enough. It's not my cup of tea.
Come on, people, cough it up.
I want to go to Bedminster. Let's go, people. I'll pay the guest fee. I just need somebody to provide the access so they'll let me on the grounds without shooting me dead.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Let's
Call
go.
Nick. Come on now.
Thank you.
Hurry up. But in all seriousness, they're saying that more than 80 million people here on the East Coast, and in fact, eastern half of the United States of America, are under at least a level 3 or 4 major heat risk. So all these, heat warnings, East Coast hottest day of the heat dome. It's going to feel like 105 to 110.
Attention,
today.
all dummies and scumbags. Don't leave your kid in the car seat with the window up today. Don't leave
Or
your
your
dog in the back seat.
Ding, ding, ding.
I don't want to hear any of these stories Monday at 6:07.
Please, God. So stay cool.
Yes.
Kayal and Company, Big 3.
Thank you very much, Dawn. All right, we'll come back and get to Jimmy Kelly's movie. Phil Almquist will have the music, and then Dawn will tell you what she has up for the final show of the week as we continue here on Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Speaking of summer, Piazza Mazda brings you more to move you. More style, more thrills, more savings. For a limited time, to get 1.9% financing for 60 months on the award-winning Mazda CX-50, CX-50 Hybrid, CX-70, or CX-90. And that's just 1.9% financing. Plus, available now, low lease offers. More. Don't wait. Discover how Mazda has more to move you today. Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester on Route 2 or on Route 202, I say. Route 202, that's the Piazza Mazda of Westchester, obviously. Piazza Mazda of Reading on Pottsville Pike. Online, piazzamazda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Remember, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't gotten away yet this year, don't miss making those amazing family memories. Family memories are everything, and there's still time to book a getaway at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. And they have several special packages to make your getaway even grander. If you hurry, you can still book a stay this summer. Cape May is beautiful in the fall. Don't forget that. Book a Grand Escape weekend this fall, earn resort credits, and enjoy the beautiful beaches in Cape May with fewer crowds. Or make it a September to remember and book a September stay. Still earn resort credits and save 10% off room rates. Check out their website for details. Remember, book direct with them for the best rates and those resort credits. And the Grand is the perfect place to host a wedding, baby, or bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They will help you make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin. She was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. GrandHotelCapeMay.com. Book your getaway today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
9:48, Kayal and Company. It is a Friday morning, the Dawn Show. In just about 12 minutes, we will see what she has in store in a moment, as well as what occurred today in music history as we get closer to another weekly installment of what occurred this week in music history. But right now, speaking of music, you can win some nice tickets, but you need to know this movie.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Again?
My cat!
Are you sure? Positive?
Bye, kitty!
Uh-oh.
Thanks.
Get a goldfish.
Boy, that voice.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210.
There's only a handful of bad movies
and you
that
could
could
win
be.
this great prize.
One of probably 4. Your chance, one last opportunity, a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2025. It is tonight.
Yeah.
July 25th. That is tonight, Friday. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
If you want to smell feet, BO, weed.
On a 95-degree night.
God
bless you. Knock yourself out. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. Now it is time for 8 Cher Almquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today,
July 25th, we celebrate the birthday of Thurston Moore from Sonic Youth, who's 67. Heavenly birthday shouts to Minnie Charlton from Nazareth. We also lost Eric Braun from Iron Butterfly on this day in 2003. Sigacood Nightmare by Saxon in 83. Looking Out by Backdoor by CCR in 70. And China Grove by the Doobie Brothers in 1973. Abdacood Trash by Alice Cooper in 89. Let There Be Rock by AC/DC in 77. Back in Black by AC/DC in 80. Yes, his debut in 69. And my favorite of the list today, Kill 'Em All by Metallica in 83. Also in 69, Neil Young appeared with Crosby, Stills, and Nash for the first time. In 65, Bob Dylan plugged in for his headlining set at the Newport Folk Festival. In 2010, John Fogerty performed center field, the Baseball Hall of Fame induction ceremony. In 80, Eric Carr made his debut as Kiss's drummer, and on the same day, Caddyshack came out.
Yeah!
And in 66, the Monkees recorded Last Train to Clarksville. But lastly, on this day in 59, introduced by Johnny Cash, 13-year-old Dolly Parton made her Grand Ole Opry debut. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Hum.
All right, Philip. Any tease, any preview for what we can expect
Well, I think
tomorrow?
we have a promotion going on this station about what's the first 40 minutes of this show based on what happened on Tuesday. So I think a lot of Ozzy to begin tomorrow's show.
Will you have any Real American?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask Phil, or let me ask Nick this, since he's a wrestling aficionado. Before Real American, what was Hulk Hogan's theme song? Do you remember?
Oh boy,
because that theme song I don't believe came out to like 86 or so.
Yeah. God, I don't know, but I there definitely was one before. It was Eye of the Tiger.
Yep.
Rocky III.
And they used to go, Hulk! Hulk!
Yes.
Hulk!
Yes.
Hulk! You remember this?
Which was also number one this week.
I'm not, so Phil, I'm just saying, a little editorial, maybe you want to play this? A little Real American, maybe a little Jimi Hendrix. Because Jimi Hendrix, Voodoo Child, was also a Hulk Hogan theme song. Just saying. Do a Hulk Hogan block?
You want a 9 share, or are you good with it?
I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As you can see, I bring it.
All right. Dawn Senslin, she brings it.
Speaking of Eye of the Tiger.
I love that song.
She's got the eye of the tiger.
Baby.
And she's rising up for a 10 o'clock start.
Oh, the eye of the Trump. So President Trump, you'll hear the latest as he responds to many questions right before boarding the aircraft heading to Scotland. So what is he saying? And he even is being asked about Ghislaine Maxwell. Wait till you hear what he says. He just is saying this about would he consider a pardon of Ghislaine Maxwell. So we have all of that going on. He talks economy, tariffs. That brings us to the Fed. So we'll take you through his tour of the Fed Mahal and what the former Federal Reserve official who was once on the Board of Governors, this is Kevin Warsh, what's his plan? It looks like he could be nominated by Trump to take over the Fed and bring it into a new, lead it into a new arena and a new era. So we'll get that insight as to why there's so much criticism across the board of Powell. You'll hear all of that. Coming up at 10:15, Beyond the Headlines, a White House correspondent, Reagan Reese, who's not one of those biased individuals. So we'll take you through her reporting. She's fantastic if you remember her, and has some great anecdotes and inside information. Coming up at 11, our friend Linda Kearns.
Okay.
Linda, as you know, she'll talk about her latest op-ed.
Yeah.
She'll talk about elections and all of that, as you know her. But did you know she's also a family and divorce attorney? So we want to hear what Linda has to say about, remember the famous Coldplay Kiss Cam?
Yes.
Linda has a unique take. You want to hear that.
Okay.
By the way, nobody knows the answer to the...
Apparently not.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Maybe we do have an audience of 3 when it comes to wrestling.
It was Suburban Commando by Hulk Hogan.
Okay.
Either that or nobody knows or nobody wants to see Dave
Matthews
which is
Band.
also
Yeah.
a possibility.
By the way, tell Linda I'm out of olive oil. I need some more.
Here we go.
See if she can go to Italy and grab me some.
All right, can we end this way?
We can wrap it up right now, yes. Really goosebumps on my arms. Yeah. Everybody have a great Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Dawn is up next. I'm going home to watch old episodes of Saturday night's Main Event with Hulk Hogan. Have a great weekend. Dawn Stensland next.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more.